I do not see. I'm supposed to connect.
I can pray it's okay if you don't have any.
Is it live? Is it on yet? Is it on yet? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Ahamia Sam, and I happen to be your moderator for today. Today we have an interesting issue we're going to discuss in respect to the oil and gas training, opportunities and challenges, and we're going to try and focus on the ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance issues regarding the oil and gas sector, a bit of local content that touches into local content, and seeing how best Uganda and the sector is positioned and placed to address it. We have gone through the initial stages. Now we're getting to the actual production, where we have the pipeline is up and running. We have a lot of construction work happening down there. We have a lot of work and drilling and tests being done in Tilenga and Kingfisher. We have good news coming out of Kasurumbani. And so we're asking ourselves, there's so many issues regarding environmental, social, and governance matters related to the oil and gas sector, let alone its unique positioning within the Albertine Grabent and the flora and fauna that we have. Before I dive into this, I would like to first welcome the CEO of Uganda Law Society, Mr. Okwalinga Moses, to give us a few inviting remarks that will be followed by Madam Miss Sarah Banade, the head of corporate of the UNOC. Thank you for hosting us. And there I will introduce the hosts of guests and speakers and presenters that we shall have today. And we learned something new, how we as Uganda Law Society and the different legal practitioners can carve out a unique niche in respect to environmental, social, governance issues related to the sector, but more or less, but most importantly, how do we use these skills that we're going to learn today and the different modes to better ourselves in practice, to provide a better service to the different Ugandan local entrepreneurs within the sector, to be able to bid for work, to be able to win work and maintain it. Thank you very much. So at this point, I would like to invite Mr. Moses Okwalinga to give us his brief opening remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sam Ahamia, as well as the cluster, for making this possible. Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Okwalinga. I serve the Secretariat as the Chief Executive Officer. Apologies, I couldn't make it physically there, but thank you for accepting my online presence. I would like to thank our hosts for hosting us and for encouraging this debate. I bring greetings from the Executive Council as well as the Secretariat, also the cluster for making this possible, as well as the Secretariat for making this discussion possible. We've had very little time to prepare for this, but I'm glad that we've been able to pull it off. Allow me to thank the members who have found time to join this discussion. As Ahami has pointed out, we're having this discussion at a critical stage, and I'm glad that our discussions will contribute to the development in the sector. As we speak today, we've recently received an invitation from Parliament to make comments on the Petroleum Supply and Amendment Bill 2023. This is a significant opportunity for us as an institution and as a membership to contribute to shaping the legal framework that governs this industry. I encourage each one of us encourage the cluster to reach out as much as it can, so that we have an inclusive discussion on a very pertinent sector affecting the economy. With those remarks, allow me to thank all of you for finding time to be part of this very informative session. We've lined up very, very seasoned members, as well as people from the industry, and we believe this discussion will be very important, both for us as an institution, as well as the members that have been planned. Thank you very much, the class, as well as our hosts for making this possible. Good morning, everyone.
Moses, for your kind words. At this point, I would like to invite Sarah Banade, the head corporate of the UNOC, who is standing in for Peter Mulisa, who unfortunately, due to work commitments and obligations, can't be able to join us. Miss or Madame Sarah Banade, welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. We are very glad to, first of all, host you, and also the fact that today has actually become fruitful. When this came to our attention last week or the other, I think it was last week when we really worked on things and shaped up things. I'm so glad that this morning it's finally coming to it's happening. So my name, like I've said, is Sarah, and I head corporate affairs. I thought I should sorry. I hope I can be heard. I had an interruption. I thought I should give members online just an update of where we are in the sector in terms of the progress to date, because it's not every time that we get to get a gathering like you and you get to go to the field. So because we have you online, I thought I should give you that. Now, you're all aware our key mandate is really representing government, commercial interest in the oil and gas petroleum subsector and along the entire value chain. So you will find us upstream, what we call upstream, which is really the development stage. You will find us midstream, where we add value to the crude that we have drawn out of the ground, and that's through refining. You will find us midstream still, where we transport the crude that has come on top of the ground to these different destinations. One here really being Tanga in Tanzania, and so we will represent government there. And we also represent government downstream. Downstream, this is where the product, the refined product, hits the users, the oil marketing company, and finally the users, which is you and I through the pump station. So we represent government along the entire value chain. Although downstream, you will not come across a UNOC pump station because we trade in bulk. We trade in bulk, and then we give the oil marketing companies the product in bulk. So in a nutshell, someone coming online maybe for the first time, that's how we operate. That's the value chain. But now, where are we on this in developments of the respective projects?
We're going to be using this for the next slide.
Upstream. Upstream, we have Tilenga. Tilenga is the project or the area that is run by Total Energies, and it's the bigger of the two between Kingfisher and Tilenga. Tilenga is the bigger one because it has a production of 190,000 barrels on a daily once it gets on stream. Kingfisher, on the other hand, is the one that's being run by CNOOC, our joint venture partner CNOOC. CNOOC is the smaller one, and CNOOC would, when it's on stream, will have 40,000 barrels daily. So just so you understand the comparisons, which one is bigger. Now, we represent government in all those two areas, a 15% interest. And to date, Kingfisher did launch the spudding exercise. If you recall, at the beginning of the year in January, was it 24th, the beginning of spudding was launched, which technically is the beginning of drilling. So that happened in January. So they have moved, and Kingfisher will be having 4 wells. The oil will be coming out of 4 wells. Tilenga, on the other hand, launched in June. The spudding exercise started in June, and Tilenga will have 31 wells, given the magnitude of the size of the project. So in terms of where we are now, Tilenga, as we speak now, there are 3 drills on site. The drills are doing their work, and there are 3 drills on site to do the 31 wells as we move to first oil in 2025. As for Kingfisher, which started a little earlier, Kingfisher is also progressing very well in terms of the drilling and in preparation of 2025. But it should be noted that that's not all that happens, actually. The biggest part of that would be the preparation of where the oil arrives, as in the central processing facility. Now, each of these places is getting ready their respective central processing facility, and that's a lot of works, a lot of earth movement, and so it's a beehive when you get down there. Actually, everyone is working round the clock. There's a lot of earth movement, there's a lot of trucks getting ready the central processing facility, because even as they drill, the first dock of this oil will be the central processing facility that does the initial cleanup. It does the initial cleanup of the crude before it progresses to the refinery or before it gets into the pipeline for exportation to Tanga. So that is really what's going on. In fact, we were there 2 weeks ago. In addition to that, because these people, manpower, there's a lot of manpower on ground, they're also building the camps. Now, when you get to Tilenga, the camp there where the central processing facility is being prepared, the camp there is a 4,000-man camp. Now, this, you can take it to be a hotel worth or accommodating with a capacity of 4,000 people, because these people have breakfast, they have lunch, all the meals, and they have to sleep well as well. So at the moment, shortly above 1,000 people are actually already living there. Those rooms are ready and they're living there, but you can see a lot of work still going on to ready the others, because in total it's a 4,000-man camp. Now, even the 1,000 plus people who are already there, the contracts were awarded in terms of their accommodation, in terms of looking after them, but more importantly, the food. So the food is the biggest thing that you see there in terms of the preparation of the food, but also the people who supply that food. So in Tilenga, works is happening. At the same time, they have begun laying the pipes, because once you pull the oil onto the ground, the crude oil, clean it in the central processing facility, it will enter pipes to go to Kabalega Industrial Park, because this is where the journey for the EACOP starts. The Kabalega Industrial Park has the beginning of EACOP. It also has the refinery. It also has the international airport, and it will have several other things, including petrochemical industries, agro-processing, residential, all manner of industrialization. But it is the hub, the export hub, that begins the journey for EACOP. So when you get to Tilenga right now, even the pipes have begun being laid. Those that are going to take crude to Kabalega Industrial Park. So different things are happening. I've talked about the accommodation. I've talked about the central processing. I've talked about the beginning of drilling. Those are some of the beehive activities that are happening. Then on our side, that's upstream. On the side of midstream, I thought I should give you an update there as well, because once you have the crude on top, I said you have to transport it. And on the side of EACOP, we have good updates there. the land acquisition exercise is moving on very well. We are right now at 87% in terms of compensation, because you understand the land tenure system here more than I would or anybody would. So whereas in Tanzania, it's at 99% land acquisition, we're at 87% given the different land tenure system. But this 87% is going on very well, because in terms of consent, which is done way before the actual compensation happens, 99% of all the people who are affected or having their land, having to be moved from their land, 99% had already signed the consent forms. So we are moving on slowly but well in terms of the 87%. Then one would ask that, but we thought that ECOP, you still had a financing challenge. Now, you have to remember that the financing of ECOP is partly equity and partly debt. So what is happening on right now is the component of equity. The different countries, being Uganda and Tanzania, and the different JV partners have put their equity on the ground to start this process, while we tie in the last parts of the financing that is coming through debt. So that's why we are able to progress very well at 86% in terms of compensation, and at 99% on our Tanzanian side. You will remember that there are some people who are actually losing houses, and in those that are losing houses, the 177 houses have already been constructed. And so this process is going on very well in terms of, once you're paid and you have to move, you're given some time to move, and then you will be moving into the house which is already constructed, and also given a livelihood compensation for the first 6 months as you settle in. So on ECOP, that is what is happening. On the refinery, you're aware that on 30th June, the JV partner with whom we had been operating, that relationship expired on 30th June. But then the government already has a plan, because it's going to be really financed through public financing, or public project financing. And so that is also going very well. We already have a lot of interest in the project because of the profitability. The refinery is a very profitable project, so we have not found an issue in terms of getting a partner, but there are few things that need to be tied in, few agreements that need to be sorted before this is also concluded. And we keep looking at next year as financial investment decision for the refinery. So that being a year behind is a normal thing, because when you're in this business of oil and gas, the production happens and the settlement happens. It's secure that you have production and it's progressing very well. A refinery normally, best practice comes on stream like a year later. Once everything has settled, you're sure of the crude, the flow of the crude and everything, then a refinery can kick in. And so we don't see ourselves in any sort of danger as a government and as UNOC, those being our strategic projects. So then up to discussing a bit of downstream, we've been doing very well in downstream. You remember, we used to have a joint venture partner operating ginger, and we were operating crude in bulk with a partner. But close of last year, the partner, we had 7 years of experience and partnership with them. They moved on, and we've been doing this ourselves, which has given us very good experience in terms of managing, importing a finished product, storing it, and then giving it to the oil marketing companies. So whatever that has been going on well, and we do make some money out of it. So the recent decision of government giving UNOC the sole proprietorship coming next year, which is still being discussed really, I won't go much into that, is something we are sure we can do, because we have had a good practice over the last 7 years, and lately the last 1 year alone in that same kind of business. So that is what is going on with the bulk trading and the ginger storage terminal, where we do store product and actually sell it to the oil marketing companies in bulk. Now, I thought I should give this whole update on where we are with the different projects along the value chain, because the audience before me is an audience we actually appreciate having a partnership with. It's an audience that does a lot of work with different people as different work comes through. You will hear from my friends, my colleagues. They're going to give you specific information on where we see the legal fraternity coming through in the upstream, in the midstream, opportunities available, which I think should be able to set us on a good footing, having known the background and where we are in updates. I think that should come in very well after I do get off the line, and I know we will have a good time. The environment aspects as well, because all this cannot happen and cannot be credible even on an international space if you're not managing the environment properly. So Charles is later going to come in and basically give you a discussion on where we are on that. These were very good topics in my opinion, and I want to thank you very much for initiating and originating them. And I also want to appreciate the opportunity you've given us, because the space of meeting our legal fraternity, it doesn't happen often, but these kinds of meetings online are things that we appreciate, and we are ready to continuously keep sharing every time we're called upon. Thank you. I will now close it from here so that I can have the rest of the program continue.
That insight, thank you, Sarah, for that insight into the sector. I think you've more or less gone through half of what we're supposed to cover next, but still, thank you, Sarah, again for that interesting insight into where we are and what we expect going forward. It's interesting, the lineup that we have today includes someone who is not new to the Uganda Law Society and not new to the oil sector. She's traveled in and out.
Are you muted? Are you muted?
I think I'm fine. The control tower tells me I'm okay. Can you hear me? We have
very well.
We have Madame Jessica Chaine, who is one of the presenters, and who shall be followed by Mr. Dennis Kakembo, who is also been in and around the oil and gas sector for quite some time. He shall be taking us through exploring opportunities in the oil and gas sector, regulatory issues. We shall touch a bit of the hot topic on the table, that is the decision by the government for single sourcing, whether it's a good thing going forward, in respect to giving the UNOC a bit of skin in the game, or is it going to kill the other oil market suppliers? Then we shall touch a bit of that. We shall touch part of the regulatory issues and that, so everyone is informed about it. There's a lot of talk about it, but we shall try and cab through as much as we can and chew out what we can get out of it. We'll have the benefit of having Mr. Chris Katabazi, who is going to come and enlighten us about environmental issues, and the topic today is looking at environmental, social and governance issues, looking at the oil and gas sector as Madame Sarah had mentioned it's within a unique ecological region. You have the national parks, you have the Albertine, you have the Lake Albert, you have Lake Albert, you have the Nile near the Telenga. So there's a lot that can happen, and we know about the Macondo oil spill, we know about so many things that can happen in the oil and gas sector. So to try and address it, you have to be unique. And to be unique, you have to have a clear environmental structure. She has told us about the resettlement of people that goes into the social aspect of it, and then there's the governance aspect of it. How are the companies prepared? How is the law, the regulatory structure, and how do we intend to benefit a lot if you're going to tap into it as local content? are we prepared not just as individuals or as entities who are going to do that supply? You've heard about the 4,000 capacity camp that is there. So you have 3,000 people who are expected, who need food, who need accommodation, who need a sustainable livelihood. For the 1,000 who are there, we have had stories of success. Companies who have engaged in supplying Kingfisher, Tilenga, and Talo as was then. Then we have Nicholas Muhereza, who is coming to tell us that, yes, there's oil and gas, but we have to look further, another 30, 40 years from now. So we have to look at alternative energy. And there's this whole energy transition going on and talking about low carbon emission, reducing our greenhouse gases. And as we're championing into climate change issues, we also have to realize that for developing countries, of which Uganda is, we have to fully exploit our natural resources in order to get to that next step of middle income status. Tanzania did it during COVID, miraculously through under the leadership of the late John Pombe Magufuli, but we still know Mzee Wakazi has a vision, and we shall tow that vision, and the movement shall deliver, or Uganda shall deliver 2025 to come 2026, and we shall have our oil, and we shall drive it through. The issues are, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, how can we best prepare the country so we do not get into a Nigeria situation, we do not get into a Ghana, do not get into an Angola situation. How do we get our environmental, social, and economical aspects and governance aspects going on? At this point, I would like to invite Madame Jessica Cheine to brief us, to walk us through some of the things. You may hear a bit of repetition from what Madame Sarah said, but she's going to take us in depth into it and enlighten us on where the sector is. And I hope she'll touch on the Kasurumbani project, that is what we believe will be a unique niche for Ugandans and the UNOC to drive and champion the oil and gas sector for us. Thank you very much, Jessica.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, the land friends. My name is Jessica Cheine. I'm the National Content Specialist at UNOC. And I'm told that we have a mixture of participants. Some of you are very well conversant with our industry, and others are just like today is going to be their first time to hear of the oil and gas sector. So I'll try to do a mix and match. So for those of you who have been there, please understand that we need to get everybody on board. But as I am making this presentation, the legal opportunities are actually embedded within every aspect of this project, all the way starting from land acquisition, all the way from getting international companies, the contracts, the joint venture partnerships. Everything actually involves a law, and there's nothing in this world that happens that has no law. I mean, some of them are natural laws like gravity, but for every economic activity, there's always something. There's a law that governs it, be it construction, be it road transport, and all those things. So the legal fraternity, you have a lot of opportunities. And basically, as we're going through the presentation, please look between the lines to see where you have opportunities. Okay, we're going to have a brief presentation, and Sarah has helped to go through a lot of the things. But for those of you who don't know where Uganda is on the African map, there it is. We are land-linked and a very beautiful country, I must say. Many expatriates come here and don't want to leave. So Uganda has 6 sedimentary basins. We have the Alberta and Graben, which we are all talking about, but there's also others with high prospects, like you see the Kadam-Moroto Basin in Moroto, where there are SIPs. And remember, some time back, some of our Ugandans unfortunately lost their lives when they were trying to look at that oil. And those 3, Hoima, Lake Choga, and Kadam-Moroto, are very prospective. But there are 2 others, Lake Wamala and Lake Victoria Basin. So Uganda still has a lot of oil to get out of the ground, but we have to get it out sustainably to make sure that we do not endanger the environment for our children and children's children. And that is why ESG is very important at this point. We all know that UNOC is the commercial arm. Sarah has talked about it. Petroleum Authority is the regulator. The policy is under Ministry of Energy. And then the fiscal regime is under the Ministry of Finance. UNOC's mandate, as Sarah has talked about it, but our main is to handle state commercial interests in the petroleum sector and to develop in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. So capacity building is one of our core activities. Okay, the ownership, the governance, 7 board members, we have 2 subsidiaries. Sarah talked about this, the refinery holding company and the National Oil Pipeline Company, and we'll look at all those. Sarah talked extensively about UNOC, where we stand, what we hold, and basically that our chart shows our bulk trading, our interest stake in ECOP, upstream in the refinery, the Kabalega Industrial Park, and the storage terminal facilities. Upstream, Sarah told you we hold 15%. Now the project that are upstream, UNOC won the Kasruban exploration area. And basically that, I think, is one of the projects we are really proud of. For the first time, a Ugandan company was awarded an exploration license. And we are in the preparation phases to make sure that actually the Kasruban area comes on board. We are looking for a joint venture partner, but a lot of work is ongoing because UNOC itself has a lot of staff that are experienced in oil and gas. The ECOP, Sarah has told you that the shareholding, UNOC 15%, Total 62%, SINOC 8%, and the Tanzania government 15%. So this Sarah talked about, I don't have to go through it again. At the refinery, she told you about our partner who we parted ways, but now we are looking at a new joint venture partner, but this time with UNOC leading, and that process is also ongoing. So that will also need a lot of legal, it has a lot of legal potential for the legal fraternity to actually participate in those processes. There are so many agreements and all those things. The Kabalega Industrial Park, yes, we have land allocated. We are in the process of getting, actually almost finalizing the joint venture partnership, but also legal companies. You have a lot, because in the park actually there are going to be a lot of facilities, so the UNOC is going to get into agreements with every person who is going to have a slot on that land, and definitely there is going to be a lot of legal work required for each and every contract, for all the litigation and everything. So there are a lot of opportunities there. In the storage terminals, this is where we now have a partner who we are going to work with, as UNOC is getting into becoming a sole importer of petroleum products. Yes, this could be a challenge to Ugandans because we are seeing it for the first time, but many African countries, even those that do not have a drop of oil, get their national oil companies to actually be the ones importing the oil into the country, cuts out middlemen, and the economy benefits at large. And then the bulk trading, that is where we are already practicing, and definitely we are going to do a good job, we know. So the ongoing projects, we are expecting our first oil in 2025, and we hopefully believe that the refinery will come on board in 2026, even with what we are facing now. But we know that that is still our plan. Now, when we look at the oil and gas opportunity context, There are a number of studies that were carried out, and this is where like my presentation starts from after what Sarah talked. A number of studies were carried out to actually find out what opportunities are available for Ugandans. The National Content Study in 2021 identified opportunities and challenges for Ugandans' participation in the oil and gas projects. And then we had the Industrial Baseline Survey that was carried out by the oil companies to assess the local capacity to supply the oil and gas industry with skills, goods, and services. And then we had the capacity needs analysis, work development strategy, and plan that was carried out in 2014 to estimate the labor market needs, the gaps in the oil and gas related sectors over the next 10 years. That was 2015 to 2025, and to see how to close those gaps. And with those gaps, with all those studies, there were 8 main recommendations. Communication of oil and gas projects demand, because people did not have visibility of what is required. This is an asset project. And then creation of an enterprise enhancement center. This is where Ugandan suppliers and manpower would go to find out opportunities to be trained on how to actually work with the oil and gas sector. And then the develop a national supplier database and a national talent register. National supplier database was developed, and it is being managed by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and no company is allowed to participate or to be awarded a contract in the oil and gas sector when they are not registered on the National Supplier Database. This is an online registration, so we encourage each and every one of you to register. But also for manpower, it is not mandatory that the oil companies should recruit from the National Talent Register. But for those of you who need to be employed in the oil and gas sector, definitely when you register on the National Talent Register, it gives you visibility. And sometimes when we are looking for people to train, we go on the National Talent Register and we express interest in any specific area of registration. But also the oil companies, when they are looking for joint venture partners, where they are looking for legal firms to represent them in the country. Remember, there are so many international companies that are interested to work in Uganda, but a good number of them do not have a representation. So a good number of them are resorting to legal firms to represent them. You attend meetings for them. Like next month on the 6th and 7th, we have a national content workshop organized by Petroleum Authority of Uganda and Uganda Chamber of Mines. So you would attend on their behalf, you attend the supply development workshops, and you actually make money from just participating and attending on their behalf. So that is an area where you have a lot of opportunities with international companies, but also the joint ventures and partnerships they have with Ugandan companies, because they can only get in partnership with companies that are registered on the supplier database. And then support to specific and select sectors. This is something we are doing, and you'll see as we go ahead. Then to support to best existing universities. This we are doing, and technical institutions. And then dialogue between universities and private employers, because a lot of people were being trained, but they actually were not able to be absorbed by the oil and gas sector, because the kind of training they were getting was not adequate to be employed in the oil and gas sector. So what we are doing now, we are retraining those people. Like if you have been trained at Chichwamba in welding, then we upskill you and give you like Kopito certification, so that people can be able to be employed with the oil and gas sector. Then envisage creation of Technical Training Institute that was created. UPIC was created, but we also have a fraternity of other oil and gas training institutions. So the Industrial Baseline Survey found 25 industries with high national content capacity, and 16 industries were ring-fenced for Ugandan participation. So the 16 that are in red, written in red, are the ones that were ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. The areas in yellow, both a capacity and quality challenge and a high potential for collaboration and for joint ventures. So you can look at something like transportation and logistics to give an example. Yes, we have so many trucks on the Ugandan roads, but nobody is going to get a truck that is actually going to break on the road, a truck that does not have GPS navigation to carry equipment and all that. So these are the kind of areas that Ugandans need to partner with other companies. So for instance, like road construction, I know there are Chinese companies that give trucks to Ugandan companies, use the trucks and pay us this percentage of your contract, and then you give us the trucks back. Hazardous waste management was also another area because it was new, but from the study, a number of hazardous waste management facilities were created. Then we only had the Ruwero one managed by the army, but right now we have a number of them that have been created, and also the ones that were, say for instance, managing hospital waste are getting into the hazardous waste management specific to oil and gas. And then the manpower requirements, 160,000 jobs, including direct, indirect, and induced. 140,000 will be generated by contractors and subcontractors, and only 13,000 will be direct jobs like the UNOC, CNOC, Total, but the rest of the jobs are going to be generated by the private sector. And this private sector includes international and local. So, but the jobs after this first oil phase, like I've told you, that Uganda still has a lot of phase, excluding the Kasurbanis, excluding the Oranto, excluding the Ama exploration areas. This first oil project will plateau at 3,000, but a lot more oil is going to come out, like you saw. So there's going to be another cycle of opportunities as the one we are going through now, so that Uganda can actually, we believe, will perform better in the upcoming projects, because we will have the experience and the skill and also the legal fraternity to get into these contracts that are meaningful to Uganda and Ugandans. As we can see, the biggest amount of contracts are always in the development phase, where we are now with the Telenga and Kingfisher projects, and that is why there's an influx of people, influx of trucks, construction, and all those things. But eventually this plateaus after the construction phase in a period of 3 to 5 years, but then there is a longer contract period of the production and decommissioning. Production is the 25 years plus. The contracts may not be many, they may not be large, but definitely they are longer term. So they have a lot of stability, and companies that get these contracts will be able to make a lot of money out of them. So how does national content happen? National content happens at 3 levels. There's the direct spend, and this is the money that is announced at final investment decision. But then there's the indirect spend, that is money spent by the main contractors on their subcontractors. So for instance, if we say talk about one of the tier 1 contractors who won a contract, like to Wally, that won the contract for the ECOP. Then Wally has to subcontract a lot of work to other companies to be able to do the work. But also those companies now have to continue to subcontract. And what we say here is that every activity that are not contract but activity that can be done by a Ugandan should be given either to a Ugandan company or a Ugandan individual. And that is the responsibility of Petroleum Authority. And a lot of national content happens at indirect spend as opposed to the direct spend, because most of the tier 1 contractors are going to be internationals, but these internationals are mandated to break down those contracts into smaller contracts that can be done by Ugandan companies. So for instance, like waste management, like accommodation, camp management, all that work, you cannot be a Chinese company and you say, I'm bringing a Chinese person to manage those things that are ring-fenced for Ugandans. Then induced spend, this is the money that actually goes out to everybody. So for instance, like I am a UNOC employee, once I get my salary on payday, I'm going to spend it wherever I want, in schools, on markets and whatever. And so we look at these induced people and we say that actually the induced also need to plan themselves properly to be able to tap into this money, much as they are not going to be direct spenders. Say for instance, if you are in Hoima and you say I'm putting up a hotel, definitely oil and gas companies will come, they'll sleep there, they'll whatever. If you put up a mechanical garage, and I have seen as Starbucks has put a petrol station close to the Kingfisher the Kingfisher camp. So which means that all these vehicles that come carrying stuff and all that will be able to fuel their cars from there. So the induced spend is a lot, but people need to strategize themselves. And I believe that legal fraternity has an opportunity in each of the three. You can work with tier 1 contractors, you can work with the indirect spend contractors, and you also with the induced spend contractors. And so the opportunity is for you. So for instance, if we want a contract with say Buffalo Hotel to be housing our staff, then we need a contract with them. And these are things that can be done by legal firms. You could represent the oil company, but you can also represent the Buffalo Hotel to make sure that they are not scammed or taken advantage of. And so UNOC has a national content strategy, and our national content strategy is basically to promote national participation in Uganda's oil and gas sector. And our national content strategy has 7 pillars. And these pillars are based on opportunities for Ugandans, basically. And so each and everything you see, and we measure our achievements on each one of these pillars. Our first pillar is recruitment of Ugandans. At present we have 100% Ugandans, but our target is 70% Ugandans, because we know we'll need expatriates. Because even China does not have 100% national content, and yet everybody runs to China. And then we have the supplier capacity development. We actually develop our suppliers, especially in 3 areas: the technical, financial, and HSE, to make sure that these things that will stop them from winning contracts, so when they win contracts and lose them, they actually are eliminated. Then the supplier selection, to make sure that whatever can be done by Ugandan companies is contracted to Ugandan companies. And at the present we are at 80%. Our spend is to Ugandan companies, though definitely we still have a challenge that the international companies still have bigger sum contracts. So we could have like 600 Ugandan companies taking up the 80%, and yet you can have like 20 or 30 international companies taking up that 20%. So our spend, we need to up that game and be able to make sure that we get into those bigger sum contracts. Then operation services capacity, this is where we have joint ventures for all the projects we are into, and operatorship capacity is where we have the Kasruban. Then we have the community content. This is where we are supporting our communities to participate in oil and gas activities, not as direct but as indirect and induced. So if somebody has a salon or a bar or an eating joint or a restaurant or a hotel, they may not necessarily be employed directly or get contracts directly by the oil and gas sectors, but they need to up their game to such a level that if somebody wants, say, to go out when they are in Hoima, your joint is at a level that an oil and gas person could comfortably sit there, not thinking, I could get food poisoning and all these things. When you are making clothes or you have a hair salon, that you put it at a level where people will say, yeah, go to that salon, they are clean and they'll do a good job. And the same applies to agriculture. But as we are doing this, we are also planting trees to make sure that our environment, we contribute to the net zero for the environment. So this is where I have gone through this. Ugandans, our target is 80%. And then we have now the highlights of the national content regulations. And this is where actually I think that will be of interest to you. But the purpose of the national content regulations is to promote the training and employment of Ugandans and transfer knowledge and technology and the provision of goods and services by Ugandan citizens and by Ugandan entities. I think many of you must have read this, whatever, but it is important to note that every licensee, contractor and subcontractor is required to give priority to the sourcing of goods and services from Uganda. Goods and services not available in Uganda to be provided by a company that has entered into a joint venture with a Ugandan company, and then to regulate the provision of goods and services by any other company wholly owned by non-Ugandans in exceptional cases where no capacity exists in Uganda and with the approval of the Petroleum Authority, and to ensure enterprise development through provision of support to Ugandan citizens and Ugandan companies, and to promote cooperation between licensee, contractor, subcontractor, Ugandan universities, research institutions, and technical institutions. So as we go through the national content activities, you see how we are trying to basically meet the requirements of the regulations. One other thing we need to understand is the definition of a Ugandan company within the oil and gas sector. A Ugandan company is not about ownership. That is a company that is incorporated under Companies Act of 2012, which provides value addition to Uganda, uses available local resources, employs at least 70% of Ugandans, and is approved by the authority under Regulation 9(4) of the upstream national content regulations. So ownership is not really considered. But once you meet those 5 requirements, then you can be approved as a Ugandan company. And that's why you find companies like MTN, they are not owned by Ugandans, but they are actually considered Ugandan companies because they qualify on all those 4 parameters. Okay. And then there's a need for Ugandan companies shall, before entering into a joint venture under sub-regulation 2, be approved by the authority and shall have technical and financial competence to deliver the goods and services, then capacity to transfer knowledge and technology to Ugandan citizens, and have experience in provision of the required goods and services. So even as you are supporting Ugandan companies to enter into joint ventures, please make sure that they comply, the companies you are getting to joint venture with the international companies or with other Ugandan companies, that they qualify for this, so that we do not get briefcase Ugandan companies that are just going to get loyalties and then they allow the internationals to do the work, because we do not benefit. Okay, the obligations of the licensee, contractor and subcontractor, and this priority of goods and services during procurement from Ugandans, schedule of contracts for goods and services to be provided exclusively by Ugandan citizens and companies, that is the 16 ring-fenced services. But that does not necessarily mean that you only look at the ring-fenced services, but anything that can be done by Ugandans. That is why it says priority to be sourced from Ugandan companies. So for instance, the legal fraternity, the insurance are not listed among the 16. And the reason is because these services are already developed within the country and they don't really need protection. And then company must register on the National Supplier Database. That is really a requirement. There's no company that can be given an oil and gas contract if it is not registered on the National Supplier Database. And then the principle of bidding to take into consideration national content which should be at least 10%. Establishment of tender information office, and that is where you, as the legal fraternity, you can support international companies that they can use your legal offices as their tender information offices, and you can actually work on their behalf and be their representative in the country. And that I've seen a number of legal companies do, and they are actually making good money out of it. Then the labor clauses, this is where you need to support many Ugandan companies, because sometimes they don't even get to know that their contracts above $1 million, that Petroleum Authority needs to look at the labor within those contracts and say that PAU can say, no, you need to have so many Ugandans on this contract. And wherever possible, the contract periods should be for capital intensive contracts a minimum duration of 5 years, and for low cost contracts a minimum duration of 3 years. Yes, for some areas it is going to be virtually like impossible. So for instance, like for drilling activities, you are not going to say, I'm going to have this company drill for 5 years and then bring in another company to drill, because that means these people dismantling the rigs and all those things. But for so many other contracts, and the legal fraternity is the one that is going to support Ugandan companies to be able to monitor this and say, look, this is a low contract, maximum duration should be 3 years, but now it is whatever. Though the law does not prohibit from awarding the contract to the same company. Then this one, the manpower requirements, maybe this is not something for you, but there are a lot of employment laws that are being flaunted by these companies, especially when it comes to number 22 migrant workers. Some of these, like the Chinese companies, they can actually have migrant workers on their projects, but migrant workers are prohibited from working in Uganda. There are so many people who come to work in Uganda when they don't have work permits and they are expatriates. This is also an area that the legal fraternity can support the international companies, but also support the Ugandan companies to make sure that every expatriate who is working in a certain area, especially those that are doing work that can be done by Ugandans, that they have a work permit. But you can also support your internationals to get work permits, though with they need to have like permission from Petroleum Authority, so you can support them with Petroleum Authority to ensure that they get work permits, but also to make sure that Ugandan migrant workers are not recruited. But there are also other human rights violations that happen within these industries. Like there's at a time when a contractor was told to expedite a job, and that contractor went ahead because they brought in more staff. They were actually giving the staff food with the helmets they use on their heads. So things like that, we need the legal fraternity to whatever. And sometimes the contractors can be adamant. And so there's a lot of work for you there. The sectors that were ring-fenced: transportation, security, food and beverage, hotel accommodation, land surveying, fuel supply, office supplies, human resource management, clearing and forwarding, crane hire, local available construction materials, civil works, waste management where possible, communication and information technology, environmental studies and impact assessment, supply of locally available drilling and production materials. So that is the list, but does not necessarily mean that we do not whatever. So, and then there's another thing called managing expectations, and this is something that you need to support your clients with a lot, because many Ugandans expect too much. We went to Hoima some time back and we were told, you should put a school in every sub-county for us. So now we are a Ugandan company, we can talk to them. But what if that is something they are expecting from an international company that you are representing? So they'll hear you more as a Ugandan than if an international company told them that, building schools is a responsibility of government, and we came here to take oil out of the ground or to build a pipeline or to construct a central processing facility and not to build schools. And that is where the legal fraternity can actually support in managing expectations, because that is a big challenge. It is managing expectations that many of the time destroys the oil and gas sector. And the legal fraternity can support in those areas, because you understand the laws and you'll be able to explain to the locals, and they'll be able to believe you. And then this is the industry. For us, we talked about the 25 that are in green and yellow. There are so many other areas, the ones that are in red and in blue, where as the legal fraternity, you can actually participate with international companies that want to come and set up. Say, for instance, if the company wants to set up a cement additive facility, or an oil services space, or oil field chemicals, or drilling supplies. So a petrochemical like the refinery, I mean, there's so much work you have there to work with the international companies that would like to set up in Uganda, because setting up in Uganda is allowed. So in the areas of blue and red, but also in the areas of green and yellow, definitely they can still set up, because it will be creating more employment for Ugandans, and also getting into joint ventures with Ugandan companies to be able to supply. So for instance, like domestic airline services is something an international company can easily do, which may be challenging for a Ugandan company to do. So, supplier capacity development, we have spent over 160 million on supplier capacity development, and this we do sometimes even take them out of the country. We negotiate for them to participation fees, so they can go and see what other people are doing. And our next international is going to be in February, in Nigeria, Lagos, February. So we'll send out communication to those companies that are registered on the National Supply Database. But if you need actually to attend, you can always, because there are so many Nigerian companies that want to come and set up in Uganda. But definitely we need support of the legal fraternity to make sure that only those companies that are not going to scam the country or scam the Ugandan suppliers are the ones that get on board. So it will be a good opportunity for people in the legal fraternity to attend. And we have spent over 5 billion on national skills development, and this basically looks at skilling UNOC staff, and looks at training, conferences, benchmarking, secondment, and host government agreements. And then we have spent over 36 billion on procurement activities, and of this 80% precisely has gone to Ugandan companies. There are times when it has been like 86 and somewhere 78, others 71, but on average we are at 80% of the spend. But like I told you, that yes, that is the spend, but the contracts are still low value. We need to get into high value contracts. And then the operatorship capacity, this is where we are looking at Kasruban. Definitely we are thinking that Kasruban, as we are now, we are looking for an investor, and definitely we believe that we are going to get our project running faster than everybody else, because we already have the laws, we already have the infrastructure and everything. And then operatorship capacity, that is where we have the storage terminals and bulk trading and all that. So we measure everything. And then the ongoing community content is basically where we are working with our communities to support them in agriculture. We register them on the National Supply Database. We are training students from the communities, like I told you, in international vocational qualifications in welding and other facilities, so that they are ready. And this training goes to only those students that have already had a basic training, like in welding, so we upscale them. But we also have our Go Green campaign, where we are looking at planting 400 million trees. But we are also working with the communities, like the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, and we are taking their interests at heart. So we do also surveys. We carried out the effect of COVID-19 on SMEs with Stomach Business Incubator, and we basically look at how we are supporting Ugandan companies to be able to participate. So national content does not produce immediate results, but definitely we know that we are on a journey, and we know where we were then is not where we are now. So for instance, like now we have companies like ICS, like Atacama, that are first-year contractors, which was not the case before. UNOC is focusing on training, upskilling, and placement of UNOC staff to ensure operational excellence. UNOC strategically building the oil and gas sector expertise by focusing on supply development training, and UNOC is working with partners to implement the plan for community content development under the Corporate Affairs Unit. Most of the national content value is achieved during project development phase, and there is need to ensure incorporation of national content in all contracts, and this is something that the legal fraternity can support a lot. As we carry out our activities, UNOC focuses on compliance with oil and gas regulations and regulatory framework. So thank you very much.
Wow, that was quite an insightful talk and journey into it. Thank you very much. It's quite interesting to see where we are and what the UNOC has planned, or what the UNOC has cooking in respect of the oil and gas sector. Certain key take-homes that I found interesting is the involvement and how the UNOC is planning to holistically look at Kasurumbani as one of the litmus tests for driving local content as an operator, since UNOC is the operator for the Kasurumbani. Total and Sinok are for Telenga and Kingfisher respectively. However, one thing that will come out will be, in order to drive Kasurumbani and local content is driven due to availability of information. We know there's Kasurumbani. So many people out there have heard of it, but we do not know at what stage is Kasurumbani.
Yes.
So what are the opportunities within the Kasurumbani space?
Okay.
So if you look at the kind of works currently, are we still at the geological aspect of still doing the tests and that, or have we passed that stage, and now can we get into other aspects of it? What are the tier 1 and tier 2 contracts that are available within Kasurumbani? So those who probably participated in the Talo, Total, and the Sinok operations at those different stages can say, oh, this Kasurumbani, and let's shift this experience from Total, Sinok, and Talo to the Kasurumbani project to drive it in its own way. Okay. What is it in the Kasurumbani space that?
Okay, I can briefly talk about it. For the Kasurumbani project, one of the areas we are looking at definitely is the provision of geological tools, and this is coming between now and 2024. We have a lot of consultancy services for geological and geophysical studies that are also coming in like early next year. We have the provision of 2D seismic process services, which is also coming in early next year. We have provision of HSC management systems, which is also next year. And we have also for the Kabalega Industrial Park, we have a road construction that is going to come, and then construction of site offices also in the Kabalega Industrial Park. Then the provision of PPEs, the personal protection equipment, 2024. Then provision of security in 2024. And then we have the acquisition of 2D seismic opportunities in 2024-25. and then provision of catering services in 2025, provision of field support during field mapping and studies over the Kashuban area. That one is early next year. So these are the kind of areas that, but we do hold supply development workshops.
Yes.
And in March of next year, we are going to have a supply development workshop here in Kampala, specific for Kashuban opportunities. And we call upon all of you to come and participate. We do not charge fees for participation, and definitely all you have to do is to register. We send out an online registration. You register, and definitely after you register, you'll be invited to attend.
It's interesting. You've given a list of almost 15 plus different compounds and different areas that are available, and all of them are for next year. November 7th, next year is 2 months away. Half the people probably are just hearing it for the start.
Yes.
So is this when, and then we have March, when you're going to have the whole workshop and the training.
Yes.
March might be too late for someone to get that information and then plan. And in this sector, the oil and gas sector, information is key, both in terms of planning, but also in terms of implementation of the same.
Yes.
So to the different lawyers out there, and I'll now digress into lawyering separately, but how best can one holistically get this information and then plan? Because if it's next year and someone will probably say, I need to chase either a JV, if I'm a Ugandan company, I do not tick all the boxes. How do I then chase a JV? How do I then go through this? The lead time will also be another 3-4 months.
Yes. Okay, now at the moment we are still going to go to PAU to have our plan approved, and then the budgets approved. And after the budgets are approved, there's definitely going to be advertising in the newspapers. And this, most probably, the plan will be approved maybe by end of February. So March, we have this workshop, but we can only advertise these activities after the budget has been approved by Petroleum Authority. And so that is where we stand for now.
Would it be pulling the cat out of the bag by saying this is what we have in plan, though the budget hasn't been approved? So the budget will be approved at one point, but at least someone knows the nature of the activities and the time frame within which those activities are going to commence. Yes. So then you can plan. The budgetary issues and the costings are a different thing. A third party is not going to be interested in that. The third party wants to know, if I'm going to get into security, if I'm going to get into waste management and this, what lead time do I have? Yeah. Because it's that lead time, it's the access to that information that I believe cuts out the different, makes one's bid better and better planned and strategized than someone who just gets it from the newspaper a Tuesday, pull out, and it's like, oh, there's this thing and I have 30 days to plan for it.
Yeah, and that is really actually where the beauty of this stands.
Is it possible to get it on the UNOC website and say, this is what it is, subject to approval from this and this? So there's a disclaimer to the UNOC saying, we are not telling you, we're telling you what is expected to come, but that is subject to PAU approval. And
okay, the challenge we have had oil companies that have been sued for making promises to people that this thing is coming in 2024 such and such a time, when actually and then companies have sued for loss of opportunity, that you gave us information and we went out and we sourced for a joint venture partner, because this is just a list, but this list has a lot of details
under. Yes.
So for instance, if we are looking at the provision of security, we're not just looking at manpower, we are looking at cyber security, we are looking at all sorts of other levels of security.
Yes.
And so security for our vehicles, security for manpower, security for premises. So each one of these has to be broken down And at the moment, I can only give you the taglines. But if I give you a tagline, definitely a tagline is not going to be profitable to you until you get that detail. And that detail can be gotten. Definitely, there's going to be expressions of interest put in the newspapers. This information will be on the UNOC website, but the best place to get detailed information will be in the supply involvement workshop in March.
There's a question we had from Matthias Nalyanya.
Yeah.
And he's asking and saying, there's this talk about provides value addition in Uganda. You're looking at local content. There's value addition. If I'm a supplier of goods or services, how then do I fulfill that requirement of providing value addition? That minus issues regarding giving someone a tax credit or an investment credit for reinvesting that money into it. How then do you then value, or how will you benchmark the value addition of the different contracts?
Okay, value addition is still measured under the different aspects. Definitely there is you employing people, that is value addition. But for the specific services you have said that these are the services I do, what shows that you are actually doing them? Are you paying taxes? Do you have books of accounts? So these are the kind of things that are looked at. For how long? And definitely you must be paying tax. You must be paying NSSF for your employees. You must have bank accounts that show that actually there is money that flows in and flows out.
But then the issue is, one expects value addition to be, I've grown the company, I've built its growth. Is that in terms of, as you're looking at it, in terms of monetary, or is it in terms of the trickle down to expand on it and say, okay, fine, I supply food and this, but because of this, the value addition I've gone through is I've increased the acreage of the farm that does the supply, or I've equally put into post-harvest management systems to improve on the post-management that, yes, has increased employment, but also increased the quality of the service that I'm providing.
Okay, value addition in this context looks at you being profitable, adding value. So you could be like you are a non-profit making organization, but you are also still adding value by you employing people, by you having bank accounts, by you having cash flow, by you investing in the community. So this is a very subjective area that where a legal firm is looked at what kind of value addition is adding will be very different from somebody who, say, for instance, manufactures PPE. Yeah. So those are the kind of levels that value addition in the legal fraternity. What does value addition mean?
Training, capacity building, the number of employees,
employment, you have bank
taxes,
accounts, you are representing people locally. And
then you have a challenge. I think Matthias Nalyanya is keen in respect to this. The Law Society, for the, I think the past, Kakembo would correct me if I'm wrong, for the past 5-6 years have been driving and saying, we have built capacity among the Law Society and we should be ring-fenced. The previous argument was, we have upstream the nature of the contracts, the nature of the contracts and the services rendered were too unique, so you needed Denton Wilder, you needed Clifford Chance, you needed certain UK companies to come and negotiate the host government agreements, the transportation agreements, some of those. Now, we've left that. We're at the production and development stage, where most of these are done in-house, in-country. And most of the lawyers have experienced, who have engaged with, and also on a personal level, you're getting crumbs out of it. You'll bid for work and they'll tell you, as a Ugandan law firm, give us the position on employment law on this and this, and for that the whole work that is being done, or the kind of work, is probably $100,000, $200,000 worth of work. You're given a small segment of it and you're actually doing the bulk of the work. You're given a small segment of it, and you're paid $10,000, and someone goes to the car bond, buys a new car, and say, I'm making money from oil and gas. That is not it. We are, Kakembo and I, and so many others, Gerard, I've taught at IPSK. We have IPSK. Every year, I think they churn out almost 50, 70 master students for oil and gas. You have the Petroleum Institute. We are building capacity, and as the legal society with the cluster, we've tried to empower and try to educate and try to enrich the different lawyers to be able to provide services. But for as long as there is no provision of the law that mandates and makes it a requirement that the first point of call should be a Ugandan law firm, Ugandan law firms will always take the back seat. And if you take the back seat, then you're paid the peanuts. So there won't be any, as you want to have value addition to the Ugandan law firms or to the Ugandan legal services if they do not have a controlling stake in what contracts are being awarded.
Yeah, okay. That.
So is UNOC going to rethink that in respect to the Kasurumbani and say, for all Kasurumbani contracts have to be drawn by a Ugandan law firm? Then let the Ugandan law firms fight and vet, and that will force them to merge. Crystal advocates may come and say, let's talk to Ahami and let's merge and let's get into a bigger unit to provide a better service. And this, it kind of helps because at the end of the day, they look at a bigger thing.
Yeah, okay. From personal experience, I think that legal fraternity has actually benefited a lot. And from my former life, before I joined UNOC, I saw almost all the work was being given to local legal firms. I think that challenge you're talking about was with insurance companies and not with the legal fraternity. Because with the legal fraternity, the reason actually you are not ring-fenced, it was because you are already developed. You didn't need to be shelved. You already had the capacity to do greater and mighty work. And that was the reason, because I was part of the people who reviewed those laws. And that was the reason why the legal fraternity was not ring-fenced, because they are already developed. They can do a lot of work, and so they did not need to be shielded and protected. Whereas the insurance sector was new to oil and gas, because the legal fraternity, I think people have gone and studied and whatever, and they have partners all over the world who they can work with for their contracts to be managed from here. But that specific argument was for insurance companies, that they have not developed enough, they do not have the muscle to be able to handle the big contracts, like say for rigs and central processing facilities, that if something went wrong, how would it happen? But the legal fraternity definitely was that these people already have access to the international frameworks and they can do any legal work. I
think the ring fencing here would come into play in terms of priority of approval of bids. There's an inclination to give bids to foreign entities, foreign law firm practices. The few law firms that have tried to do it well have either done it through connections, but even those that have tried to bid have to realize that you needed to bid with a foreign law firm, and in there lies how do you then split that revenue. Okay. There is no problem bidding with a foreign law firm. The issue is which entity takes lead. From Total, CNOOC, and then Tullow, they would prefer a foreign law firm taking the lead and the Ugandan law firm being the junior. Now, in that makes the discrepancy return in respect to revenue and revenue retention, which is one of your key, as you mentioned, your key pillars on scorecards of national content. Yes. How much revenue do you retain? Okay. So if most of the revenue is going out in terms of services and very little is retained by the local person here, then we shall still fail to achieve our local content.
I can tell you from experience that that is what used to happen for all sectors, be it environmental studies for oil and gas, be it engineering studies and whatever. But from then to now, when you look now at the development phase, a lot of Ugandan companies are actually getting first tier 1 contracts. But these are the companies that were grumbling then to say that actually we are doing the bulk of work for the international companies.
And we paid the peanuts.
And we're paid peanuts. But now they are the ones that people are grumbling about, that, oh, the contracts are going to Atacama, they are going to ISIS, they are going to so and so. But they had to pay a price of learning from the international companies and also to develop the trust that, yes, we can do the work. Now we know what we are supposed to do. And I think, just like I said, that national content is a marathon, it's not a sprint. It is a slow process, but eventually companies get up. Like now, for the licenses that are coming on board, be it Oranto, be it AMA, be it the Kasruban, we are going to see a lot of local companies doing a lot of work as first-tier companies or doing it alone without the support of internationals.
I can speak to AMA Petroleum, and Dr. Tom is doing brilliant work in terms of both the quality of work that he's doing, but also the quality of the labor force that he has trained locally and he has personally built for AMA Petroleum. It's something good that is going there. Yeah. One thing you had mentioned in terms of ownership when it comes to local content, actually the Petroleum Authority insists for every JV, the Ugandan entity must have 51% plus for the JV. That gives them a controlling stake. However, the challenge you have there in managing that is 51% stake. You then still have your cash calls to that JV that most Ugandan companies fail. So then you have them, not necessarily paper tigers, but you have them on paper being 51%, but still getting the short end of the stick when it comes to cash calls and when it comes to profit. Hence the reliance on royalties. It's one thing we wanted to ask the UNOC, with your discussions with the banks, have you sat with the banks and said, let's put up a local, there was the talk of a local content fund through which local goods and services suppliers would get facilities, financial facility from, that would be slightly cheaper than that from the bank. Yeah. But of course, I don't know how far we need the recapitalization of UDB and all this, UDB and to try and drive UDB and UDC to try and drive that intentionally driven towards either the extractive industry, not necessarily oil and gas. We have mining coming on board that has huge potential. So if with the Kosurumbani experience, we think and we hope that there's good light at the end of this tunnel that we are seeing.
Okay, to respond to that, actually that fund is supposed to come on board, but there was no law under which it should be managed. So as we speak, we've already worked on something that was assented to by Ministry of Finance and is at cabinet level to be discussed at cabinet. But unfortunately, that now remains the responsibility of the Ministry of Energy. So how fast it is going to come on board, we don't know, but definitely we did all the work to make sure that the instrument under which it operates is created.
Thank you very much. We had you till 10:30. We're still within 16 minutes, just shy of what we had gone through. Thank you very much, Jessica. And I think we shall look through and we shall ponder over it. We shall share your slides with the rest of the members of the society. And as we see Jessica off, I would like to usher in Mr. Dennis Kakembo, who is going to have an interesting talk when you're looking at exploring opportunities, oil and gas regulatory opportunities, and this will equally help us drift in and out of oil and gas, but he'll equally be able to touch aspects of environmental, social, and governance issues. We shall touch the hot potato in the sector when we're looking at the G2G fuel production, G2G fuel supply that the government is looking at, and preparations of the same. So, Dennis, you're not new to this discussion and new to this stage. I'll ask you to introduce yourself. We've spoken about the topic, oil and gas challenge or regulatory challenges that we have within the sector. We're inching and ready for your presentation, and then we shall dive into some of these interesting issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother Sama Hamia. My name, as introduced, is Dennis Kakembo, and I work with Crystal Advocates. I serve some of the oil companies in Uganda and their subcontractors. And in delving into the discussion we have today on exploring opportunities within Uganda's oil and gas regulatory landscape, I'm going to speak like someone in the trenches, because the issue here is we've been told there are opportunities in the oil and gas industry, and how do we as lawyers go for these? The regulatory landscape creates certain opportunities which we can dive into. So I'm going to be very light on technical content. You don't expect me to talk about PSA section A, B, C, D. It's largely a business origination or identification conversation. The starting point, already Sam has hinted on it. Should legal services to the oil and gas sector be ring-fenced? I remember 2 years ago, it must have been November, when the EACOP, that is the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline Bill, was being deliberated by the Parliament of Uganda. And Sam, the then president, myself, and then I think as Mahani said, we went and appeared before the Natural Resources Committee. And in that Natural Resources Committee, one of the proposals we put forward, which actually was accepted, was that legal services to the EACOP project should be ring-fenced. Now, on the Natural Resources Committee, there were other professionals. I remember there were HR professionals, there were engineers, there were procurement practitioners, who, when the lawyers, there were engineers, when we dived in and persuaded them that legal services should be ring-fenced, they also took that line of view, and they were like, even our services need to be ring-fenced. So I think the amendment which had been proposed by the Natural Resources Committee was so broad that virtually every professional service to the EACOP was going to be ring-fenced. Now that was going to create a problem for the very technical areas, which clearly, even if you wanted to localize those opportunities, there's still lack of capacity. So I think from where I stand, I would like to reiterate what my colleague Sam has mentioned, that I think legal services, especially at the stage at which we are of implementation of the project, should be ring-fenced. When you look at all these agreements that we have after the negotiations have concluded, the governing law is actually Uganda. So every matter that arises, or every dispute, or every implementation is premised on the basis of Ugandan law. And there is no better person who can advise on that other than the Ugandan law firms. I have firm belief and trust in the oil companies when they talk about localization and national content, because that is one way of winning over the locals. So I do not want to believe that at this point in time, the oil companies would prefer to have international law firms take the forefront of their legal advisory services in Uganda. But if that is the case, I think entrenching it within the law that legal services should be provided by Ugandan law firms would help. Help in the sense that as a Ugandan law firm, if there's any aspect of international law for which you may not have capacity, it does not stop you from looking for partnerships from the international law firms to work with. And as Sam has mentioned, that gives you a clout to negotiate. The bigger challenge, if you're in these partnerships with very large international law firms, is on the fees. So if you're not the contract holder, you will never have line of sight of what the fees are. You might actually be doing all the donkey work. But when it comes to remuneration, because it's the arrangement and discussion that you have with the international law firm, you do not actually benefit that much. And I think we are even seeing it in government. The Attorney General, Mr. Chiliwa Chiwanuka, has emphasized for some of the arbitration work which has been bid for recently, he has not stopped Ugandan law firms from participating with international law firms in the bidding, but it's been emphasized that at least I think the Ugandan law firms should take the lead so that they come in as equal partners. So I would urge all other Ugandan institutions, especially where what you're going to advise on is based on Ugandan law, to ensure that it's the Ugandan law firms that take the lead. They can work in concert, in partnership with the international law firms, because some aspect of it might extend beyond Uganda, but Ugandan law firms should take the lead. And fortunately for us lawyers, this is not a debate we should stop. When you look at the schedule that provides for the ring-fence services, the Minister of Energy is it Minister or the Regulator?
Minister of Energy.
The Minister of Energy is empowered to update that list periodically, even without having to go to Parliament. It can be updated as and when they feel that capacity has been built. So I would like to request Ugandan Law Society, I think the biggest favor you can do for your members is to reignite this debate. We have, the Ugandan law firms have come of age in terms of project management, in terms of capacity, and even in terms of international networks and relationships to be the leads for oil and gas project advisory. So that is one. But of course, probably to hint a bit about on the local content, Ugandan local content policies is quite well intended, and it stopped us from falling into challenges that other countries have had. Because the question which has always been raised is that what is the intention of Uganda's local content regime? Is it about Ugandanization of opportunities or localization of opportunities? And I think the key issue is about localization of opportunities. And that clearly even explains why a Ugandan company is not one necessarily that is owned by Ugandans, but it is one that is incorporated locally. It's providing local opportunities, ABCD. So, in my presentation, I'm strongly advocating for legal services to be ring-fenced. I take into account very well what the policymakers in 2013, when they were mooting and considering what local content for Uganda should appear like, I feel legal services would clearly fit within the aspiration the framers of the law had. Now, number two, of course, we are told oil and gas, there's good money, which is the case, but it's also very competitive. And the fact that it took us quite a long time to get to FID, almost all entrepreneur eyes were on the oil and gas sector. So if in the legal space an opportunity comes up, you'll find that probably 100 law firms are looking at it. And so how can you manage to obtain some of the opportunities? So when you look at that number two, you have to be proactive about the industry. And that is why I'm talking about profiling of participants and opportunities. Now, when you look at the stakeholders, the international oil companies in the oil and gas space, that is CNOOC, Total, Ama Energy, are here for the long stay. So the project development ongoing now, the Tilenga Kingfisher, if it produces oil for over 30 years, you would expect that Total or CNOOC are going to be here. So as a lawyer, if you're devising a strategy of how at some point in time you can be a legal services provider for CNOOC or Total, the fact that you're not a services provider for Total today does not mean maybe in 5 to 6 years or 3 years you might be a services provider. So take that into account. Then Uganda National Oil Company is also here for the long stay. And as time goes on, it is going to become probably the biggest company. Because I think for oil, the oil, it's going to be the biggest off-taker, and it's going to be the most influential. So in terms of your business outlook or even pitching, UNOC is not a client you would want to stay far away from. And as you realize, while it might have immediate opportunities today for the legal and advisory support services, the firms which are doing that work are probably firms that started investing in the relationship 7 years ago. And it took them 7 years for them to get to a point where they are earning the work today. So even you, if UNOC is a client you'd like to pursue, just take into account that they're there for the long stay. And therefore your strategy, you can have in place strategies that can help you win them over. Then the international contractors and subcontractors are likely here for the short to medium term. When you look at the EPC contractors, the ESAs, the Sinopecs, the McDermonts, they are likely to be here for the duration of their project work. So if it is your client today and you're making significant amounts of money, you may not be wise for you to imagine that this is a windfall that is going to be forever, because at some point in time they're going to exit the market, or even in terms of pitching for work. If someone is going to be here for 3 years in line with their EPC contract, it may be futile on your side as a lawyer to pitch for work if you do not have it immediately, or if the lead time to get that work mature is going to be probably more than 4 years. So it may not be worthwhile to expend a lot of energy there. Then the national regulatory bodies overseeing the oil and gas sector are here for the long stay. So the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is here. Uganda Revenue Authority is here. Bank of Uganda has some aspect on the revenue management that is dealing with, is here to stay. The Office of the Auditor General that does the cost recovery audits is here to stay. Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Finance, Parliament of Uganda, and Attorney General are here to stay. Now, those regulatory bodies themselves have opportunities for work as lawyers that is going to emerge. Some of it has already emerged. A lot more is going to emerge. Or even from your point of view as a lawyer, you can be proactive and originate it. You can come up with your own ideas and try to push it through concepts, and eventually that might materialize into work. So as you're looking at your strategy of exploring opportunities within the oil and gas regulatory landscape, bear that in mind, of those national regulatory bodies that are here to stay for the long term. Then the domestic contractors and subcontractors are likely here for the long term. When you look at companies like Excel Construction, which is doing some of the civil works for CNOOC, when you look at Motor Angel, which is doing some of the construction works for Total, they've been here. I mean, I've seen Motor Angel for such a long time. And of course, most of the domestic contractors we have here, they are already doing other businesses that are complementary to oil and gas. So if I'm a construction company and the oil and gas project shows up, it would mean that I leverage on my expertise as a civil company to provide the same to oil and gas company. So these are going to be here for the long term, and they are likely to continue doing work even for the oil companies during the production phase, or even if they cease doing work for the oil companies, they are going to remain in existence. And because they've got some money from the oil and gas business, you would expect that they would grow a bit in size. So that also can provide a stream of pitching for your work. You may not be a legal advisor to CNOOC or Total per se, but you're actually advising a firm like that. And even when the oil and gas work from their end stops, they'll be at a different level in terms of their business, and you'll still be relevant to them. So then the other issue to consider is the immediate opportunities for providing legal and advisory support. Of course, at this point in time, I have every reason to believe that UNOC has its lawyers. I have every reason to believe that Total has legal services providers, and so is UNOC. So if you're not one of those lawyers, you don't have to lose hope, because, I mean, you being an immediate advisor today is not happening, but you can pursue it in the medium term, because the oil and gas project, even this development phase at which we are, I don't think it's yet even at 20%. So it means that in the next 2 to 3 years, a lot more opportunities are going to emerge. So medium term opportunities. So which would mean that if you still want to do work for oil and gas, you must have a view, you must have a plan that if I'm not today a lawyer for these companies, then how in the medium term, 2 to 3 years, as things scale up much more, how can I be a legal services provider? Then there's also the long term, and the long term is connected to what I've earlier spoken that international oil companies are here to stay. Uganda National Oil Company is here to stay. So while the strategy may not be that in the immediate term I should be an advisor, in the long term it can be your aspiration and you can actually achieve it. Then 3, sorry, I didn't update it well. Positioning to be a legal services provider. Of course, as we are speaking here, or when you go to the oil and gas conferences, or even when we write in newspapers, we say this oil and gas thing is such a good thing. It's God sent, and that sometimes creates the imagination that there's a certain basket in the corner that is full of mangoes where you just go and pick, which actually is not the case. So even for you to provide legal services to the oil and gas industry, which is extremely competitive, you've got to be proactive. And as you look at bullet point 1 there, whereas there are some unique features of the oil and gas industry, their need for legal and advisory services is not materially different from the other sectors. Legal services are same across sectors. If Total is coming to set up here and they are establishing a company, they will need a lawyer to help it incorporate. Maybe the unique aspects that might come into it as you're advising them on how to set up, there are issues about investment protection, because inevitably, whether we want it or not, at some point in time, there will be disputes between the oil companies and governments. Some of these disputes will be amicably solved, others might run into arbitration. So as you're pondering in terms of investment, attractive investment setup, if you appreciate the unique features of the oil and gas industry, you have a plus, because you're like, oh, why don't you set up in a jurisdiction that has a bilateral investment treaty, so that you can have a right of going into arbitration. So those are some of the unique aspects, but by and large, the consumption for legal services in the oil and gas industry is the same across. You need employment services, you need corporate secretarial, you need operational, legal advisory support, that and that. Then 2, you have to proactiveness, so you're able to be a legal services provider to the stakeholders in the oil and gas value chain. And that goes back to what I had earlier spoken. You have to profile the participants. You have to know who the players are. You have to know who the decision makers within those organizations are. By so doing, you're creating an interest, you're educating yourself, you're getting to appreciate the sector. And as you realize that in the course of providing your legal services to your clients, you have those, maybe your top 5 favorite clients. Look back how you got them. Look at the relationship you have with them today, how you've cultivated it, and now you're able to make that much money from them. There are things you do about client service or about relationship building that have enabled you to build it to that level. So even oil and gas is like that. Because it's a big project does not mean there's a basket of opportunities where everyone else will just go and pick a mango. You have to be proactive about building that. And some of the ways you can do it, you can run specific publications. Sometimes, even before you go to publications, identify your niche. If your niche is immigration, you might be doing immigration for banks, financial services sector, or NGO. Now that is transferable to oil and gas sector. If I'm a tax lawyer, chances are that I'm not very good at immigration. I may not have the relationships, the networks that do magic that clients really want. So it's key for you to identify your legal service niche, and this should be your banner of entry into the sector. If it's immigration, if it's employment, if it's sustainable development, if it is tax, let that be your entry, your banner of entry into the sector. Because the sector requires very efficient lawyers, and they also recognize that it's highly impossible to have a lawyer who is very good at everything. That is why they have so many panels that are segmented, cognizant of the unique abilities that the lawyers might have. And how do you showcase some of your niche? This is why you have to go and do publications. Sometimes you might do a publication that is focused to UNOC, because you know, or you've picked from your intel, you've picked UNOC is grappling with a particular issue. And then even before they come to you or go somewhere, you trigger the discussion. You can run bespoke trainings, free trainings, as a means of showcasing. In local parlance, in Luganda, we say kwetega. You go and you showcase yourself. You can run webinars. They could even be for those particular clients, because you're doing all that to have the opportunity to be considered, because it's a very competitive sector. Almost everyone is looking at it. Then the other issue to consider is that look within your client base to identify those you can interest to participate in the sector. While some services and supplies are unique, and you'd only have international players to participate, like the 60%, others are not unique. They are locally available. They can be provided like any other service provider. And therefore, within your clientele, you might have clients who, when they hear about oil and gas, they imagine it's this elephant that no one can have a go at. But because of your participation, because of your knowledge that you have within the sector, you can help them come in. And by helping them come in, you can actually grow. I remember when I used to work in Tanzania, there was a company called Alistair Logistics. Alistair Logistics must have started around 2011. It was a fairly small company. Logistics started in Tanzania when there was quite a bit of work. But my then boss told me, Dennis, you have to be close to these guys. They are going to be the next big things. And indeed, within 5 years, they had grown so big and gone into Mozambique and grown. So just imagine this was your client. You started working with them in the logistics space, but you interest them and support them grow within the oil and gas space. Chances are that they'll keep working with you. So that is key. You need to have that kind of mindset. Then be keen on deal origination. Because of the competitive nature of the legal services space in which we are, clients also like to work with lawyers that are symbiotic. You're not only taking money away from them, but you're also showcasing particular opportunities. And the deal origination in the oil and gas space can be seen in so many ways. We have licensing rounds. I think we've had 2 rounds. I believe there will be a lot more rounds that will come in. Leveraging on your international relationships, you could interest a particular company, come in. You could interest Ama Energy, another Ama Energy, another Total. And if you interest them, come in, and you're the person who has actually helped them come in, they will never go away from you. Or there are issues also around financing. I believe, it was just the other day the minister highlighted to us the length of time it's taking to conclude the ECOP financing. So, if within your networks, there are people you can interest to come and participate. Some of you work with banks. Banks are your clients. You might have other clients who have earned contracts with Total or Sinop, but all they are grappling with is contract financing. So you can be a broker of sorts, legal broker, and you facilitate deals work. So deal origination is extremely key. It can win you a lot of work. And some of the people you do doing some of the oil and gas work in this market, they might have the technical ability, but they've also gone over and above to help facilitate the deal origination. So please have that at the back of your mind. Then in terms of the services that we can consider, national content, I think, provides opportunities for us. If you realize, if you've had interaction with some of your clients, the biggest issue is getting a company designated as a Ugandan company is not quite easy. Or even getting a JV between a Ugandan company and a foreign company so that they qualify, that JV qualifies as a Ugandan company is not something very easy to achieve. Some of the requirements are embedded within the law, others are within administrative practices. And lawyers, by the very nature of how we are trained, we are problem solvers. And because services are intangible, sometimes people do. It's not easy for someone to put away their money on a service. He will only come to you when the matter is so acute, akin to you resurrecting a dead person. That's when they are going to pay you money for that. And lawyers, we are wired to do those kind of things. So national content presents opportunities. The compliance support, because even for you to be designated as a Ugandan company, you must pay tax, you must be compliant fully with NSSF, you must ensure that your local content plan is on point. And as the sector continues to mature, local content monitoring is going to be a big issue. Because, I mean, you might present a content plan to PAO for approval that shows that we're going to do ABCD. But when it gets to implementation, it's different, and then you might be sanctioned by PAO for not following through with that. I think lawyers, we are the people who are going to get involved. Then company setup for new players that are coming in. Of course, many of the players who are coming in for Tier 1 contracts are international companies. And international companies at a group level have maybe an international firm that they work with, and that international firm has a local firm locally that they relate with. So in terms of setup, it may not be an opportunity that will be available to each and everyone because of those peculiarities I've noted, but still, there could be opportunities that could come through. Then 5, employment services. I think this is a good opportunity for us as lawyers within the oil and gas space. First and foremost, as the project unravels, some of the contractors who are going to come in may not even set up, or they may not even consider, because if someone has a 6-month contract or 7-month contract to come and fix a particular aspect, why would he? Okay, he might set up if the law requires it, but why would he employ staff in their books? So there's what we call employer of record services. Lawyers, we are very well positioned for this kind of assignments. You employ someone like you're the employer of record for purposes of ensuring that you comply with local requirements. Like if someone is working locally here, taxes have got to be paid. But employment taxes are not paid by the individual, they're paid by the employer. It's the same with NSSF, or even sponsoring for a work permit. A work permit must be sponsored by your employer. So these are unique services that service providers in the oil and gas enjoy. They like, if you demonstrate that you can do that. Then associated with that, if you're the employer of record, it would also mean that you're going to offer tax compliance for those. It would also mean that you're going to offer immigration support. Now, immigration support in the oil and gas industry is 2-tier. You need to get an approval from PAO, and after you've got the approval from PAO, then that is when you go to Ministry of Internal Affairs. Now, to get the approval from PAO, you have to demonstrate that locally you do not have Ugandans who can do that. And how do you demonstrate that? By running a recruitment, you do all the reports, which lawyers, we can actually do that. Then pension issues, or NSSF. it can also give opportunities for us. When you look at the ECOP Act, Tier 1 contractors, for their expatriate staff, they do not have to contribute NSSF because they are deemed to be exempted. But for the upstream project, if Total or Sinopec has people that are coming in from France, Britain, even if they are contributing NSSF there, they would also have to contribute pension here. But when you look at the NSSF Act, there's actually a provision for those people to be exempted. Now, just imagine if you, as a lawyer, you come up with a proposition to Sinopec, which probably, or Total, which might have maybe 200 expatriates. And those 200 expatriates, maybe every month they're paying so much in NSSF. And that NSSF, there's what they call a standard contribution or a special contribution. If it's a special contribution, even the employees do not get it back. It's like an additional tax on the company. So if you come up with a proposition and to the company and you tell them, you know what, I can actually help you secure this exemption. I can go and convince the authorities, and they do this exemption as it's embedded within the law. You can even charge a contingent. If these guys are paying maybe $5 million every year, you tell them I want 10%. So there are opportunities like that within the employment services, within the oil and gas space, which are easy to tap in if you're intentional and proactive, because first of all, it's cost saving. If you come up with that proposition to the oil companies and indeed you follow through it, there will be a saving to them. And if there's a saving you're making to a client, he is happy to pay you very well. Then number 6, public policy advocacy for all stakeholders. Now this is a key issue. In Uganda, we do not pay so much attention to it, or it has negative connotations. But public policy advocacy, because of the nature of risks in the oil and gas sector, is something you can't run away from. When you go to America, there are lobbyists, people who are in Congress, making sure that you're persuading parliamentarians, the House of Representatives, not to come up with adverse laws that might affect the sector. When you look at the oil and gas sector, you're going to be here for 30 to 40 years. So along the way, many governments are going to come in. The oil project might start in the current regime, but it's apparent that even subsequent regimes are going to inherit it. And you might find that the campaign slogan for some of the subsequent regimes might be based on oil. The next government might say, no, please vote for me. The last government did not negotiate oil and gas contracts well, so I need to pitch in for that. So that is why public policy advocacy is key. The laws that keep coming in. Now, like recently, we had, I just thought about it recently, when Uganda introduced a loss capping. Nowadays, if you have losses, I think exceeding 5 years, you cannot carry it forward, or you carry, is it forward half of it? And I think the law started with immediate effect. So I was just the other day asking myself, is this also applying to the oil and gas sector? So public policy advocacy is extremely key. It can be a line of business. Many of our clients here, they look at public policy advocacy, it's on a reactive basis. Oh, a law has come in. Let's try to see how we can fight it. But you can also be proactive, anticipating what is likely to happen, keeping note of what is going on, ABCD, and then making sure that you pursue public perception to ensure that does not happen. So that lawyers, we are very good at that. And it's for all stakeholders, whether whether government, whether Total or Sinopec. Like you've seen the ECOP campaign, there has been a lot of negative campaign against ECOP. Some of it has been positive, because if the clamor is to ensure that people are compensated, well, that is okay. But a lot of it has been distortions, which have been pure lies. Like I think you saw that map where we saw Uganda and Kenya, rather than Tanzania, full of rivers, and that the ECOP was going to go through the rivers. You saw that golden tulip. So some people did not appreciate that it was an off-the-shelf company, which is quite common in the oil and gas industry. Then some people are peddling lies that why is ECOP company incorporated in the UK, which is quite common with international structuring. For someone who would appreciate technical issues, it would be easy to explain that to the local people. And lawyers, there's no one better placed than us as lawyers. So as lawyers, we have to be proactive. Let us push through these agendas to the clients. They may not even be thinking about them, but you have it as an idea, push it through them. It may take you 1 or 2 years to persuade them, but eventually this can become your income revenue stream. But if your outlook of legal service providing to the oil companies is doing company secretarial, doing the tax, it's already saturated. You're competing against so many people. And naturally, because it's a competition, you all cannot succeed. But you can create your way where there is no path, and that through creative and innovative thinking, and that becomes something that other players eventually pick on. Then 7, dispute resolution, notably ADR and arbitration skills come handy. Most of the agreements in the oil and gas sector are arbitration. Most of the disputes are settled by arbitration. And without a doubt, there are going to be some big disputes that are going to emerge. We can see them and we can predict how they will emerge. Now, as a lawyer, I remember when we were in law school, have we lost our slides? I remember when we were in law school, our lecturer told us, who was that lecturer? Was it Mr. Kamakaveng? In legal practice, 2 things happen. One day you will collide with money, or money will collide with you. Now, in legal services, if you get a very big dispute and in oil and gas, and you're the lawyer who is dealing with that for 3 to 4 years, and your time writing, your time basis, you'll make so much money. So arbitration skills come in handy because we're going to have those things. Then 8, tax will be a key issue. Already we are seeing some bubbles, and without a doubt, I know that is going to be a key issue. So if you're a tax practitioner, interest yourself about tax in the oil and gas space. When tax disputes in the oil and gas space emerge, the assessments are not small. You will have an assessment of $22 million plus. So that is something you can go into. And then 9, sustainable development issues. As you realize, something which has come out, which is a positive. I mean, there has been a lot of negative campaign, especially on the ECOP against Uganda's oil and the ECOP project. But the positive trend to it is that some of the issues which have been highlighted on sustainable development, human rights, labor, stakeholder engagements, and these are issues which, of course, oil companies take through with a lot of care. And because of this noise that has come through, they are even paying a lot more attention to it. So that is extremely helpful. So within your practice, if you're a human rights lawyer, land acquisition, labor issues, or environment, if you come up with a proposition, a pitch of how you can help the oil companies comply better, or even demonstrate to the local population that indeed these are keen, that is a key business stream for you, because as you realize, the biggest risk now for the oil companies is not even about tax, it's not even about that, but it's those issues, the negative publicity that accrues through. And that is why I think subsequently we're even talking about ESG discussion in this conference. So I think I will not go any further from that. Those are off the cut thoughts I had of how we can explore opportunities within the oil and gas regulatory landscape. So, thanks, sir.
Wow, it's quite interesting. I was actually answering one of the questions about someone had asked if they brought an investor for the Kasurumbani project, how would the person benefit as a lawyer? And I think you've just wrapped it up in the 8-pointer of the different things one can look at. It's not about writing letters, filing a plaint, going to court, getting adjournments, and that. The legal practice has expanded, it has grown, and we have to think out of the box. Lawyering is now done out of the courtroom, and lawyering is done now in the boardrooms and in the corridors of power. So to grow your firm and be a successful lawyer, one has to think out of the box. Key take homes I've been jotting down from your discussion were: 1, how do you build capacity within your law firm? Do you have one partner, two partners, two staff, and you have a team of 6, 7? Is that enough capacity that you think you'll have to manage the oil and gas sector? It's one of the arguments when I had a discussion with Attorney General Kiriacho, and he told us we should stop thinking within this small matchbox. With all due respect, Cham Towers, Chirumira, small 1-2 office things. We should begin thinking about how do we merge, how do we syndicate law firms and persons to create synergies, to leverage off different people's experience. How do you position yourself? You brought it out ably well. You do not only provide the service to your client, but you also introduce your client to business. And a client who is being given business by his lawyer will actually retain the lawyer because he's getting something back for what he's paying the lawyer. Building and nurturing the relations that you are introduced to is also key, because lawyering is about your personal contact, your personal relationship you have with your client and you have with the people around your client. So if your client feels your net worth is your net profit, your network is your net worth. The number of people you have and you can call on, what the likes of the Mujeres has called a gamba nogu, the likes of the people you can call in times of need to alleviate and help your client will equally endear you, not only your client, but will help your client introduce other people to you. So it becomes a ripple effect, and that ripple effect begins with how you relate and how you have built that relationship with that client of yours. Prepare and deliver. The oil and gas sector, I believe, has defined timelines, and the penalties for breach of those timelines are expensive. So if you undertake to do an assignment, you have to prepare, and you have to deliver. Like going to court. You prepare for your case, you prepare your cases, you prepare your case notes, you prepare your trial bundle, and you go and deliver. So in the oil and gas sector, as lawyers, it's not about just holding the degree and saying, I have it, so I am an expert in it. Prepare, enrich yourself, learn more, listen, attend more trainings, and just broaden your perspective, but also think out of the box. I was just looking at it. You have mining, you have energy, you have oil and gas, you have renewables, you have climate change, you have environmental issues. All these things touch the extractive industry, and all of them at one point of time will touch oil and gas. I just wanted to drift you. Dennis also wears two hats and is well conversant with petroleum economics and the dynamics that we have. From the opening remarks of the CEO of Uganda Law Society, Moses Okalinga, there was an email that was sent to the fraternity to pitch and send comments about the proposed Petroleum Amendment Act that is trying to adjust it to provide for the G2G, government-to-government procurement, using the UNOC as a sole supplier of bulk white product, petrol, diesel, kerosene, HFO to the sector, and then the likes of the Total, Sinox, Starbex will do the lower end procurement. It has raised enough storm in the media whereby people are calling that, they're going to create a monopoly within UNOC is going to create a monopoly. We are going to distort the markets, the market system and the market segment. You're looking at people saying, no, it's a breach of, it's contrary to the constitution because there's liberalization of the economy now creating the UNOC is going to create a monopoly. What is your take of the same?
Okay, thanks, Sam, for that. In the downstream, that is the supply of white products. Countries like Kenya and Tanzania have what we call bulk supply, OTS, open tender system. And what the OTS stands for is that rather than have like in Uganda, I think we have probably 50 oil marketing companies. rather than have each individual oil marketing companies go outside of the company and source for their own product, have one player source for all these, so that you benefit from the economies of scale, and then ensure that it's regulated and it can actually be used to eliminate margins or to mitigate margins, which can ensure that the products are quite affordable. So within the context of Uganda, I think 90% or more of our oil has been coming from Kenya. To be specific, Eldoret, because that is where Kenya Pipeline, I think, has a storage facility. So all the petrol you see in Starbucks or Shell or Total, they might do their own blending, but it all comes from the same source. It's been coming from Eldoret. And we have been buying it through Kenya. Kenya has been using the OPEC before.
OTS.
Yeah, before President Ruto came into power, and they had that government-to-government arrangement whereby they were, I think, buying from, is it Saudi Arabia? Or
Aramco and Adamco.
Yes.
ADNOC.
And Dubai. They were initially using that. And what the open tender system, what would happen is that I think every month, or is it every quarter, companies would compete for the quota of oil that's
going to be put in the pipeline.
Yeah, that's going to be put in the market. So you bid, and then if your bid is competitive, it shows that you're going to charge the least margins, ABCD, they would let you do that. So what Uganda is doing, and actually Uganda was not exempted from the Kenyan OTS. So when you look at the price, the landed price of petrol at Eldoret, there's a build-up of cost.
Yes.
And some of that build-up has actually been margins. There's a particular margin which I think Kenyan companies have been benefiting from as a result of that. And that is why it's interesting, if you follow both Kenya, the Kenyan side of the story and the Ugandan side of the story. On the other hand, in Kenya, the commentators are saying, you know what, you see, because of the government-to-government deal, maybe that the Kenyan government is even losing countries like Uganda because of, I think, middlemen, the brokers, because of those margins. And that's why Uganda has pulled out of that. So that is the narrative which is coming through in Kenya. And when you read on the tweets of David Indi, he's not been happy. Kenyans have not been happy as a result of that. So I think on the side of government, the idea of pulling out of the Kenyan OTS, that is a plus, because you are eliminating value chain margins, which have been building onto the oil Uganda has been buying. Now, whether the procedure of award to a single supplier is the most opportune step to take, that is another issue. And it's fortunate that the public is discussing that, because it is through such discussions that eventually we get solutions. But of course, the worry you have is that if you have if there's any supply chain constraint,
you're done.
And you have only one supplier you're looking at, how are you going to deal with it? I think the government idea is okay. It's a plus, and it's something they've got to consider with. Maybe as time goes on, we need to have maybe an alternative supplier, such that if there are any hiccups in the supply, you have someone that can come in. I think when you look at that supply law, the minister has power to
increase, to
nominate someone, but government procurement processes, there's a very long lead time. So if you have a constraint today, by the time you fix it, it will be 12 months, and the damage will have already been done to the economy. So that's what I can say. So
to walk lawyers through what constitutes the landed price in Kampala, you have the cost of the cargo, you have the Mombasa data range, you have the supplier, you have the bulk, the bill of lading, and the quantity that's brought in. Uganda currently has a consumption of 230,000 barrels a month, and that then translates, that is the amount that we normally consume in terms of metric tons, metric tons of product. And the UNOC's strategy, or the government strategy, is this would it would be imported three times a month. So you'd have it in batches of 85,000 metric tons. That will translate almost to 722,000 barrels. Now, with that, you have the average. You have to calculate the average Platts price. You'll have to put into consideration the freight premium. You have to put into consideration administrative costs, insurance. CIF is normally 0.5%. Then there's the war risk that is between 1 to 0.027% CIF of the CIF landed price. You have the KPA, Kenya Port Handling Authority cost, because the barge comes, it's put in queue, and then it then discharges into the KPA facilities in Mombasa. Then it's put into the pipeline, and then it's piped all the way to Eldoret. The Kenyan OTS system then had a charge of $60 per metric ton. Now, with us getting out of the OTS, it means there's a savings of that $60. But you still have the challenge when it comes to the pump price. It doesn't reflect that reduction. You still have the Steve Doring. You have Steve Doring price. The KPA. It's important to note that the KPA handling charge is $2.5 per metric ton. So all these you go topping up. You have the Stephen Doe that is $1.67 per metric ton. The financing charges is normally 1.5% of the CIF. You have ocean losses, certificate of conformity, inspection charges, demurrage, the pipeline cost and tracking. Then you have Musolo, URA. Come and breathe down your neck. And then you have the UNOC will have to make its markup. But with all of this, the question is, if it's government to government, then the UNOC would be purchasing this product directly either from Aramco or ADNOC. The government has opted, or the proposed bill has Veto, who is a middleman, who will then almost act like the OTS system. Everything has to come through that middleman, who then will set a price, and UNOC will purchase from him. So questions are, why, if it's government to government, why doesn't the UNOC deal directly with Aramco or ADNOC? Why do we have to then go through Veto? Because then whatever, we're still going to incur the cost, some of these charges when whatever product reaches the port of Mombasa. You still have the KPA handling charges, you still have the insurance, you still have the ocean risk, you still have the war risk, you still have inspection, you still have all these charges built within it. And we cannot determine and control, or we have no fixed agreed what will Veto charge. So is it replacing one devil with another? And of what value does that have? Talk is, it's supposed to be in a Dubai or a Geneva farm that Veto is supposed to be buying it on our behalf. And I think it's because Veto is putting up the seed capital for the supply, for the purchase, because the UNOC doesn't have it. There was talk that I think the government was going to give UNOC money through either UDC or UDB, but that is a lot to talk about. If we elect to have that Veto, with your knowledge in project financing and looking at the demand, and no one will bring fuel in Uganda, and it gets stuck, do we have to go through Veto? It's basically paying, someone buys the fuel for you and you're paying him to buy the fuel. There is no difference with the middleman. There is no difference with the OTS. The OTS system is you're stuck to him because he buys the capacity within the pipeline and you buy off from him at Eldoret. Are we changing one devil for another? And that is what the public discussion is.
But I would imagine in this case, government and UNOC are much more involved. I mean, what we would all appreciate is that while there's a lot of promise, potential, I don't think UNOC has experience and expertise on the trading side of things. And
Jessica said they've been managing the Ginger 30 million facility for the last 7 years. So they have built, we believe they've built capacity. And then you have another white elephant in the room being the barge between Kisumu and the landing site at Kauku.
Yes.
Is that going to be an alternative route? Because then Mahadi, who have put up the port and who have put up the facility, are saying, now if it's going to purchase everything, then they are stuck. Or are they going to then get into UNOC to provide alternative storage facility for it?
Anyway, the debate continues to rage, and at this point in time, that's all I can say. I can't say less or more.
Muhereza, could you chip in and give us your insights on the same, though you're going to be next, but you'll be talking more or less about alternative and renewable energy. But I've followed you closely in Muhereza Energies, an interesting consultancy firm. But just to liven the discussion and to bring you in, what is your take of the same?
Thank you so much, Ahamia, and my brother, Dennis Kakembo. I think my name is Muhereza Nicholas again. Thank you. My name is Muhereza Nicholas. Be on record from Muhereza Energy Consults Limited. We are a consultancy firm, basically doing oil and gas, mining, and renewables, to be precise. Consultants, legal and policy consulting. I think you are my seniors in this field. You already made Kakembo is very good at the economic part of oil and gas and the tax and so on. I think that is a very good question. When you consider that we live in a free market economy, when government comes in to legislate or to determine matters to do with the business matters, it is of a national interest. It is always challenging. As you already mentioned, the companies that have already invested in what UNOC would want to do in terms of securing what would maybe call energy security, having sustainable supply of energy, particularly petroleum products. I think it is going to be a big challenge for government, because as lawyers, we understand that government has already licensed companies, for instance. So are we going to have a situation where you have to have legal battles and then massive compensation claims from these investments? So it is, in my opinion, it is going to be a challenge, but I think it is also, in the long run, it is good for the country. As we are maybe counting on our refinery, I think the president issued a statement recently when he said that not far from now, I think once we have investors on board for our refinery post 2025, then maybe we shall have a possibility of having nearby source of crude, such that we don't have to worry about our colleagues' importation from Kenya or Tanzania and so on and so forth.
You mentioned the refinery, and touching on that, there's a small issue of, let alone the financing, and we Jessica and Sarah touched on it and said the government is looking at either public financing of it or trying to look at the project financing aspect of it. Looking at Uganda and it being landlocked and its geographical location, and looking at the benefits of COMESA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we have within just the East African community, you have almost 500 million people as a market. So the market is there. The supply we are improving on the roads and our infrastructure, so we can get this product out. We still have a big challenge. I believe when we were doing the feed for the refinery, is the new refinery financer or developer or project implementer going to carry out his own feed? Are we going to, do you look at the possibility of saying, come 2024, we get fast, 2024, 2025, we get fast oil, but the pipeline is going to probably be completed and up and commissioned by 2026, 2027. You won't be able to pump out anything. Do we look at the option of a modular or a modular refinery or a merchant refinery to try and bridge part of that gap? And modular refineries can be staggered over time, so you can have from 5,000 to 100,000 to almost 1 million barrels of refinery. So you can stagger it along with the field development aspects. These are unique things. Is the government looking at it as part of the game changer? You mentioned another thing is you mentioned the other investors in it. Mahadi have built the port at Kauku with storage facilities and all that. They equally have put up a barge that's 45,000 metric tons, and they're trying to, I think by December they'll be commissioning the second barge, so they'll be able to transport 90,000 metric tons of product from Kisumu to here. Are they going to be subcontracted? Is the UNOC looking at them as part of the subcontractors and players to bring it on? And then when you bring them on as subcontractors or transporters for it, will it change the dynamics of the price? Because for the whole of this year, the global plat price has relatively been stable, but the pump price we have has been escalating.
Absolutely.
People thought it was because of the middlemen. We abandoned the OTS system last year. It has been 1 year since we abandoned the OTS system. And in that 1 year, we have seen the prices shift. So
I think it is going
within Muhereza Energies, what is the vibe coming out of it?
From my thank you so much, Councillor Mia, for that good question. I think, as already mentioned, at the end of the day, we have the Ghana National Oil Company will have to find a way of working out with the private players, because in this global world we live in, just like you come up with any legislation that is against international regulations or standards, that where Uganda, for instance, is already a signatory. The very interesting nature with the oil and gas sector or the energy sector as a whole is that it is regulated globally. You don't come up with any legislation that is actually against your very accords that you have actually already assented to. That's why you have sanctions of countries. I don't want to refer to our famous legislation which was to do with the LGBTQ. I don't want to refer to it and its consequences. But sometimes we also have to balance with the ideas to do with the sovereignty. Uganda is a sovereign country. For instance, when you want to come up with a legislation that we feel that is good for the country, then we have no choice. Because we all understand that the prices of oil at the pump actually affect our daily living. It affects our economic projections, our future, the development goals Uganda has, and so on and so forth. So we have no choice, unfortunately, but we must have an intertwined policy where the government, through Uganda National Oil Company, will have to work with the private players to make sure that we have energy security and sustainable supply of petroleum products.
So do you envisage come January 2024, because actually each of the petroleum licenses from the Ministry of Energy are given over 1 year. None of them will be renewed. Do you envisage a situation where the UNOC is going to sit, and I believe the UNOC has been sitting with some of these marketing firms and saying, come 2024, UNOC gradually phases works concurrently with them? Because most of these companies, you'll have Starbucks, you'll have Total, you'll have Vivo, already have long-term running contracts for supplies. So they're going to be in breach of those contracts of that will then invite litigation or arbitration. How do you envisage the UNOC for first and second quarter of the year run concurrently with these, as the UNOC actually then stocks up the tank farms? And as Dennis ably stated it, if you put all your baskets, if you put all our eggs in one basket and veto fines for lack of a better word. You have an Arthur Anderson, an Enron saga, and Veto faces a crash. Then we are stuck. Our security of supply, our energy security will be heavily compromised. That will affect our development, will affect our pace of industrialization.
Absolutely.
Does the government, in one of the proposals, do you think the government should rethink the veto, or have veto taking lead and have one or other two providers who will actually be running concurrently? Then there is the third question of the Tanzania option.
I think that is welcome. If I may, we might take this discussion so far away, some, but that's what I can say at this point in time. We must work alongside other players, even if it is UNOC. Yes, government must have a plan B. Private sector must be playing a role, just like we have BOU, the Bank of Uganda, which regulates most of the commercial banks. That's what UNOC is supposed to be doing by and large. We live in a world, and just like a capitalistic economy, we have a free economy where everything is determined by forces of demand and supply. So you are not coming in as government to regulate this oil and gas sector. Then you'll have issues to do with smuggling and so on and so forth. So private players must be allowed to function, but then it is incumbent on the government as a principal representative of the interests of the masses to also do the same, just like we have already had the storage facility in Jinja, which is run by UNOC, but maybe it now has to up its game such that should there be a crisis, then UNOC should be able to supply even the so-called private players and maybe manage the prices at that level, in my opinion.
Quite interesting. So we work. I fully support the UNOC taking lead, because then they build, not only will they build capacity, but then the trickle down and the knowledge and providing that sense of stability. But then you come to the market. Is a hybrid take of it saying that a hybrid take of it say, let the UNOC run, let the UNOC initially supply, and probably supply government entities, the defense, the armed forces, the airlines, where we bulk goes, and then as they build that capacity. So not that they ring fence that for the UNOC, but certain supplies to the military, certain supplies to aviation, and certain supplies in terms of HFO or diesel to industries are done through the UNOC at a lower, and then the domestic motorists can continue with this, as then we stagger and see how the performance and the balancing of the price can happen as we roll it out. Would that be a spin-off from the start-stop situation that we're going to face in January?
Yes, even to make it easy, mind you, government of Uganda has a buy and bigger opportunity in terms of negotiation capacity with the multinational oil and gas corporations, like you already talked about the Saudis and
Aramco. And
yes, it is much, we can offer bonds and so on. We have so much bigger capacity to negotiate for better price of oil than absolutely the private sector. I think that's what UNOC is going to bring. That is the game changer, if I may use your word. Yes.
That would be interesting. Looking at the project financing aspect of it. Project financing looks at the bankability. Bankability of the project, bankability of any project looks at the demand and the ability of that demand to purchase what is being done. Uganda's current supply, Uganda's current demand totals around almost a very good number of barrels a day. It actually is twittering around 40,000 barrels a day. In the next 10 years, they think it will increase to almost 55,000 barrels a day, which equally then means for the refinery, even if we had the refinery, the domestic demand alone will more or less clear it. The refinery is supposed to look for 25 years. That means after 10 years of the refinery being built, it will not be able to meet the domestic demand. Does it constitute building a new refinery? How does that then shift the position with the Buloba tank farm that is coming on board? Or are you trying to say the framers of this amendment haven't holistically looked at 10, 15 years after this, or they're just looking at, let's have a G2G, let's put the UNOC in place and we'll deal with issues later? Is it a situation of someone coming up with an idea but not holistically thinking about a 10, 15-year plan of it, and the draftsman, the legislator should go back to the draft board and look at it and say, if we have Mahadi, if we have Ginger, if we are going to build the Buloba tank farm and all this, how do we deal with it? How do we manage it? What's the projection of Uganda? You have South Sudan, you have DRC, who are larger markets that we can feed and tap into. Or is it what the UNOC is saying, let's deal with the government entities, of which the government is a larger consumer of all these products, that most of the petroleum that we brought in is consumed by the government. And then the rest, the UNOC can export, leaving a reasonable market for the domestic oil and gas, the domestic petrol suppliers to phase in or phase out or run out their existing contracts before they can then adapt. Because here we're talking about, when I was going through what the law and the provision state is, all the OMCs are going to be required by the 5th or the 15th day to give their quarterly, their monthly and quarterly consumption capacity and data to the UNOC. And this, so it's going to cause there is going to be a distortion of the market that will adversely affect the pump price.
Absolutely. That is very true.
What do you tell a Ugandan man to do? Pakis can begin thinking about bicycles and alternative energy. We commissioned, I think, 300 electric cars.
Yeah, we want to thank Law Society, really, specifically the legal brains, the oil and gas brains like you and the Dennis's and all of us who are trying to contribute to this discussion. The good thing is that Parliament, the principal legislative body, has to rely on expert opinions of, for instance, the Law Society, which we can easily come up with to advise them on this particular conflicting future, really, that could span out, which they need to look beyond merely fixing the current problems. Really, we must understand the whole background of why we have oil prices also skyrocketing. We have wars which are taking place globally. We have the situation in Ukraine and Russia, of course, the recent situation in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine. So it must not be a quick fix. Everything, you have a challenge, you run to Parliament and come up with a legislation, is not a long-term solution. And we all know that laws are never going to really solve situations for the long term per se. So it is a discussion we can continue with, Sam. Thank you.
It would be a nice one to continue, but to keep on track, I have the benefit and pleasure of welcoming Mr. Katavazi Chris, who is going to walk us through environmental issues. One of the things I would want to hear about is, how does a current legal practitioner develop an environmental, social, and governance policy? How does he advise a client on how to bid and include an ESG strategy, policy, and principles built within the bid? What is a scorecard? What people talk about an ESG scorecard. What is a scorecard? What does it entail? If you could be so kind to, I prefer people introducing themselves. Otherwise, if I did it, I might I might flower, I might paint a picture with bright colors, and you look at it, I might paint it using conservative low colors of black and blue, and it won't look nice. Please, Chris, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Charles Mwesige. I'm currently working at Uganda National Oil Company as an environmental specialist, acting in the position. And I'm privileged to share with the Uganda Law Society and the entire fraternity about aspects of ESG. There's been a slight adjustment in the topic, however, still the issues that you have indicated will still be addressed. So we are looking at ESG compliance, the legal landscape? In other words, how does ESG influence the legal landscape? How should the legal or law fraternity strategically position itself to serve its clients in the space of ESG? So we'll quickly look at what is at stake, why really ESG. Then we shall also briefly look at what ESG is. We will also appreciate how ESG is currently influencing the legal landscape, the legal dividends of proactive ESG integration into clients' corporate entities, but also we shall appreciate the legal challenges that are usually associated with adoption of ESG into clients' corporate entities. And then we shall draw a conclusion and maybe delve into the Q&A as and when it's needed. So what is at stake? Traditionally, businesses exist to make profit. However, there is a growing demand by various stakeholders to hold corporate entities accountable for their business decisions and actions. And this is usually in the respect of the emerging environmental, social, and governance parameters, as we shall appreciate shortly. Some of these stakeholders include financial institutions that usually advance financing to different businesses, but also the private and public equity investors, governments, local communities that usually host most of the projects that companies own, but above all, the civil society organizations that keep government in check about the decisions they take and the initiatives that they apply out in the field. So this, in summary, would indicate the scorecard that is available to know what falls where. But certainly it's important to appreciate that ESG is a framework that is used to assess an organization's non-financial business practices and performance on various environmental, social, and governance aspects. And environmental, there are a host of issues that need to be planned for to ensure that the environment is protected. This usually would range from oil spills for active projects that fall within the construction area, but also operating machines or machinery. And of course, energy consumption is also a very big component in this kind of industry, especially the oil and gas. So we are so much concerned about energy efficiency. What is the source of this energy? Is this energy positively or adversely impacting on the environment? Waste is usually also generated under this component, but also we generate wastewater because there is a lot of water use. Air pollution, water pollution, as you see the list unfolding. Under the social, we are concerned about the employees' welfare. We are also concerned about their health and also occupational injuries associated with the kind of work that they do. Unless you have a healthy employee workforce, you cannot realize the targets or the outputs that you anticipate for your business. Customer care is also very key because there's a lot that you're selling out on the open market, but also the community relations. The social license to operate is a must-have for all companies, because once the community has accepted you, then it provides the social security, but also is the primary source of employment, depending on the complexity of the operations that you are undertaking. Grievances will always come out as a result of discontent, but having a grievance mechanism in place helps to arrest these grievances before they escalate to uncontrollable levels. Human rights are also very key in the areas that businesses operate. Land acquisition is also very key because most of our projects are hosted on ground and you need to acquire land either temporarily or permanently. Of course, governance is very key and it rotates around company leadership, the board composition, how much you pay out to the board members, and also the aspects of transparency. And transparency is now very key around the minerals and oil and gas sector to ensure that people know what is happening. Of course, regulatory compliance is also very key. And of course, the ethical business considerations as well as data protection. So that would, in short, constitute what a scorecard would look like for ESG. I've picked out 3 illustrations for us to appreciate how we are impacting on ESG, but most critical in the area of environment is land acquisition. It's important for us to be mindful where we locate our projects. As you must have appreciated and you continue to appreciate in the media, in the different media platforms, wetland degradation has been very pronounced in an attempt to set up factories, a chain of factories, and this leaves the environment helpless. We all know that the wetlands act as kidneys for the earth. They filtrate waste and ensure that the water that reaches the different water bodies is fairly usable for both domestic and industrial use. The other aspect and social, of course, is land evictions for development. These have been very rampant around the country, and usually we say that it's not that people are being evicted not because those who are claiming land do not own it rightfully. Yes, they do own it rightfully, but the same laws advise that there should be a due process of acquisition of this land so that people are left in a better state than they found them. Of course, corruption underpins the component of governance. Because governance is about transparency, governance is about ethics, governance is about doing the right things the right way to ensure that companies are built on firm foundation where they can minimize the risk of litigation should challenges come up in the future. Now, how is ESG influencing the legal landscape? I think it's important for us to appreciate that ESG's influence on the legal landscape is predominantly tracked back to the Paris Agreement. Of course, before this agreement, we've had other agreements, we've had other conventions speaking to environment. But this particular one was very significant, especially in the area of ESG, since it supports climate change management. So the Paris Agreement is a legally binding international treaty on climate change. It was adopted by 196 parties at the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, in Paris, France, on 12th of December 2015, and it entered into force on 4th November 2016. Now, the main goal of this agreement is to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels, and also pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 above pre-industrial levels. The Republic of Uganda signed the Paris Agreement in October 2015 and also ratified it on 21st of September 2016. Subsequently, the Paris Agreement has since been domesticated through the Climate Change Act that was enacted in 2021. Various regulations intended to operationalize the Climate Change Act are currently being drafted, and one of those critical ones revolving around carbon markets is currently at draft stage, and Ministry of Water and Environment is currently engaging different stakeholders on regulating the carbon markets, among others. And of course, Uganda, through the Ministry of Water and Environment, also successfully submitted an updated nationally determined contribution, NDC, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in September 2022. The National Determined Contribution is a climate action plan. It usually runs for 5 years, and it's intended to guide countries which subscribe to the Paris Agreement on reduction of emissions and adaptation to climate impacts. The same Ministry of Water and Environment also manages a national greenhouse gas emissions inventory to keep track of greenhouse gases generated by various sectors at national level. So we are in position through the National Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory to appreciate how much we are generating in terms of greenhouse gases, and also come up with strategies to manage these emissions. At an international level, the European Commission adopted the European Sustainability Reporting Standards in July this year, and it is now mandatory for all companies operating in the European Union to report on their status in aspects of sustainability from 1st January 2024. However, we also need to appreciate that there is voluntary sustainability reporting, which has been on the increase because most financing sources or companies or affiliations have made it mandatory for companies to demonstrate how they are addressing ESG aspects. So many companies have adopted different sustainability reporting, and over 52% of companies around the world have adopted the Global Reporting Initiative (GRI) standards, which were recently updated in 2021, and they became into force this year. What does the legal fraternity stand to benefit from a proactive ESG integration into clients' corporate entities? The legal fraternity can facilitate their clients to develop and integrate ESG framework into their business processes, of course, through ESG policy and strategy development. It's important for those that are attending this session to appreciate that the legal fraternity sits in a privileged position, because when investors arrive in this country, they are among the first people that are contacted for advice on how they can set up business in Uganda, appreciate the legal regime and how it affects the kind of business they want to do. So you play an important role, because you can either choose to advise an investor according to the legal provisions, or mislead an investor, and before long they find themselves in challenges that they cannot address adequately, and of course maybe even lead them into bankruptcy. So one of the things that companies that adhere to legal requirements stand to benefit, of course, is brand reputation. You'll appreciate that a strong commitment to ESG can enhance a company's reputation, and this can translate into customer loyalty and brand patronage. And over time, we've seen companies known for responsible practices gaining competitive advantage and enjoy positive media coverage, and in the process mitigate themselves against reputational risks. There are different brands that are on the market. People are selling the same product, but because one company can demonstrate that they are adequately adhering to ESG considerations, being in position to sell their products or services at a premium, hence making a profit. Investor attraction is also very critical. I've already alluded to this, that investors increasingly are factoring ESG performance considerations into their decisions. And if a company demonstrates a proactive approach to ESG, it can attract socially conscious investors. It can also diversify its fund sources, but also enhance its financial resilience. Of course, risks are associated with business, and if you associate with ESG considerations, then you are in position to embed ESG principles. Businesses can preempt legal risks and regulatory violations. It's important also to note that proactive measures against environmental harm, labor disputes, and governance failures can avert potential legal entanglements that can exert a lot of financial stress on a given company. This is not to mean that there are no challenges that's associated with the adoption of ESG into clients' corporate entities, and one of those, of course, is the regulatory complexity. ESG integration often means adopting to a host of regulations and guidelines. Of course, this could be at a national level, but it could also be at an international level, depending on who you are engaging. The challenge usually lies in interpreting and adhering to diverse, sometimes contradictory requirements across jurisdictions. The shifting legal landscape requires continuous monitoring and agile responses. I'll just give the example of the European Union that has made sustainability reporting mandatory. What this would potentially mean is that if a European company establishes a subsidiary company in Uganda, the company here will be required to adhere to the European sustainability reporting requirements. Whereas the law here does not make it mandatory to report, you have cross-border commitments to do reporting even when the company resides here physically in Uganda. Of course, the potential conflicts are also very critical. They are likely to emerge, and these result from balancing ESG objectives with pre-existing legal obligations, which usually result into conflicts. For instance, environmental goals might clash with profitability targets. We've seen different stakeholders or shareholders in companies having differing requirements, or we've seen different shareholders in companies having different interests, whereas some shareholders will be interested in making profits, others would stand for the environment, social, and governance considerations. So when such conflicts arise, companies lose direction, and I think the legal representatives or those who associate with such companies have a very big task to bring them to order and also project to them what consequences such conflicts might pose on their businesses. Striking the right balance requires creative legal strategies that align business goals with ESG strategies. The other challenges, of course, are the legal uncertainties. Emerging ESG issues may lack well-defined legal frameworks, leaving companies in uncharted territories. As a result, businesses must navigate uncertainties while striving for responsible practices. A case in point here regarding legal uncertainties, the developments in Zimbabwe. Government wakes up one day and says 50% of that 50% of the carbon credits have been nationalized, and the reason those random pronouncements come up is because there is no legal and regulatory framework that governs carbon markets. Alternatively, if it exists, then it is a bit vague and it cannot be correctly interpreted. Then the other thing, the other aspect in the ESG landscape is that things are changing very fast. What is relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow, and the legal fraternity has always to be on the lookout to see what new laws are being formulated what laws or regulations are being amended to fit into the emerging issues that need immediate redress. For Uganda's case, of course, you appreciate that the oil and gas industry has disrupted many of our, has disrupted our legal regime. A lot of laws have been enacted, regulations are in place, and the requirement to adopt best industry practices to ensure that we align ourselves to the international standards. The previous speaker has alluded to this, Council Muhereza, that the industry we are working in coordinates at an international level. You cannot lock yourself in Uganda and you say you will do things your way. Otherwise, you create contradictions and a recipe for disaster. In conclusion, as corporate companies embark on their ESG journeys, they encounter several legal challenges and opportunities. Navigating these demands a comprehensive understanding of regulatory landscapes, a responsive approach to legal compliance, and commitment to principled governance. It's also important to appreciate that a combination of ethics and law in ESG implementation underscores that responsible business practices are not just good for society, but they are also very essential for legal compliance, brand resilience, and long-term business viability. And lastly, the legal landscape of ESG is not just a framework of obligations. It's actually a roadmap that guides companies towards a future where sustainability, accountability, and innovation intertwine for a more equitable and sustainable framework. And just also part of the concluding remarks and responding to the moderator's question, how a lawyer representing a company can adequately incorporate ESG considerations into a company or a client that has approached them basically starts with an ESG policy, an overarching commitment at ExCo level, committing the company resources and willingness to invest in initiatives that can address ESG considerations. And below the policy, of course, we have the strategy that unpacks and operationalizes the policy to ensure that different initiatives are unpacked and implemented at company level. And of course, that also boils down to an action plan that unpacks more the initiatives and exactly how they are going to be implemented. Reporting is very key because that's how the world will know, and that's how you demonstrate to the world how exactly you are addressing aspects of sustainability. One other question that might come up is, what is the difference between ESG and sustainability? I consider ESG a driver to achieving long-term sustainability. Different stakeholders have come up with ESG considerations or scorecard, as the moderator indicated, to specifically map out and demonstrate how you're performing on each and every aspect. And of course, now that feeds into a sustainability report as a way of reporting back. So sustainability is all about developing currently, but while taking into considerations the needs of the future generations to also benefit from the current gains. Thank you very much.
Quite an insightful package that has been delivered, and I would like to thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For that brilliant structure, framing, and packaging of the same. One thing that has always bothered legal practitioners when they're filing and submitting bids on behalf of clients is, how do I develop an ESG policy? If we are bidding for work, and the reason why I've been mentioning the Kasurumbani project is, it is wholly going to be, it's wholly operated. The operator for the Kasurumbani is the UNOC. And the UNOC, being the flagship of the Ugandan government, in driving the development of the oil and gas sector is trying to look and bring more Ugandans on board in terms of local content. But even banks, Stanbic Bank and Equity Bank, at the last ECG conference came out strongly and said, as financiers, they're also looking at people who are coming to look at financing and having different projects. They're trying to tell them, what is your ECG policy? So many service providers out there do not know. So many lawyers out there do not know. Yes, we may define and we may know what an ECG policy is. But how do I structure and build an ECG policy? One, for a client. Two, what should I have in mind in terms of an ECG scorecard that I should build into the bid to ensure that the client's bid is successful in respect to ECG compliance within the bid. You talked about the policy, having a structure, having an action plan, the elements of reporting. But what are the small tips that you can tell the lawyer who was just enrolled as an advocate, the practitioner who feels I've graduated from IPSK with a master's in oil and gas, but he was not introduced to the environmental aspect of it, the ECG aspect of it? What are the small pointers you can tell him? This is what the policy looks like. This is what would entail. Someone would want to look at, if looking from the UNOC perspective, looking at a bid for Kasulumbani, what would be the scorecard and what would be the silent features within, or what would constitute that scorecard. So then from there, someone can say, oh, if I'm looking at this, or if I'm going to advise a client on X and Y, these are some of the silent things I have to have in line and in place.
Thank you. That's a very good question and presents potential for insight to understand or add more to the presentation I've just made. And I think to make it more illustrative, I'll use Kasulumbani contract area as an example. Kasulumbani currently sits both within what you'd say private or communal land, but also part of the block touches a wildlife reserve, to be more specific, Ibugungu Wildlife Reserve. Now, if you're generating a policy on behalf of a client who maybe is bidding for a contract within a bigger Kasulumbani block, it's always important to first know what kind of services this client is going to offer to UNOC through Kasulumbani block. And once you appreciate the services, either services or goods that are going to be supplied to UNOC on the Kasulumbani project, it's important to appreciate the impacts those services or goods are likely to have on the environment, on the social and governance fronts or considerations. I'll give an example. If you're going, say, to supply food, I'll use a very simple example. If you're going to supply food, I'll be interested in knowing where are you getting this food from, what are the specifications of the company that you're supplying this food, sustainability practices or ESG practices advocate for responsible sourcing. Are you getting this food off a farm where people work but they are not paid? Are you getting this food off a farm that is operating in a way of reclaiming wetlands or in a way of blocking streams or river channels that later lead to flooding around communities that reside around the farm? So when you ask those questions, what you're actually doing, you're mapping your services or goods to find out, one, how they impact on the environment, how they impact on the communities, but also how they impact on the governance aspects that constitute that given firm that is bidding for a contract in Kasulumbani. Now, we call that materiality analysis. So once you undertake a materiality analysis, you're in position to know all the potential impacts that your project will have on the three variables that we are talking about. For very big projects, if you're going to set up a camp, if you're going to set up a workers' camp, because it may be more cost effective to establish a satellite office or operations or a yard near the contract area. Of course, you're going to clear land. You're going maybe even to create an access road to reach the camp. You're also going to provide for a waste management system for the waste that is generated within the camp. Now, those aspects tend to blow up the scope of work, and it may actually need an environmental and social impact assessment. Now, from that assessment, you're able to critically look at the potential risks and impact, and also design mitigation measures for them. Now, once you've collected all those aspects and you say, these are the aspects that relate to the kind of business that I'm doing, then you commit top management. In that policy, the top management should acknowledge that my project or my services have potential, significant, or positive impacts on the three variables that we are talking about. And this is how management plans to address these issues. We plan to commit resources. We plan to commit, of course, both financial and human resource. We plan to commit everything within our docket to ensure that we address these issues as the business runs. And now, once you lock in those commitments in the policy, then you come up with a strategy. Remember, you already have your list of concerns or aspects that you have generated through a materiality analysis, and now you transform them into initiatives. If one of your concerns is waste management, you need a waste management plan. What kind of waste are you going to generate in your project, and how do you intend to manage it? Of course, the Ugandan law currently provides for third-party handling of waste. Are you ensuring that the person that you're contracting to manage your waste is licensed by NEMA, whether it's non-hazardous or hazardous waste? So you go on unpacking it until you reach an area of implementation. So simply put, you cannot manage what you do not know. You need first to define how your project or goods and services that you're going to supply to the contract area, in this case Kasuluban, are affecting the environment. And once you put mechanism in place to start implementing those initiatives, you also need to establish checks and balances. You said you were going to manage ABCD. Are you actually managing it? If you're performing below the set standards, what interventions, what stop gaps do you have in place to ensure that these aspects are corrected, so that at the end of the project life, you're not seen to have adversely impacted on the environment, but rather added value. So to a young lawyer out there who is trying to find their foot in the ESG space, I think importantly, the digital space or the media has really provided us a lot of opportunities to gather information and also utilize it and tailor-make it to our needs. There are different platforms, both educational, but also people who care to write about these aspects, where someone can actually go and they acquire basic knowledge and skills in the area of ESG, environment, social, and governance considerations. But most importantly, I encourage that if someone is not very conversant with the area, partner with someone who knows it, so that when you bring them on board and you make them a part of your team, also maybe subcontract them specifically to develop a policy, a strategy, and an implementation plan. At the time of bidding, when you present your paperwork, we don't see the subcontractor as a separate entity. We see you as one entity that has bidded for this work, and you have adequately demonstrated that you're in position to address the ESG aspects. I've tried to really summarize it, but I could unpack it more if there's time.
I believe there would be enough time, but probably. So, in a nutshell, if you're looking at preparation of a bid, for the lawyer out there,
Yes.
understand your client, understand the service, understand what is he's bidding for, what he intends to provide to the sector. understand where the goods are going to come from, whether they're going to be locally sourced or whether they're going to be imported, or the service that is going to be delivered. If the service requires infrastructure, how do you set up the infrastructure, and what are the externalities, the challenges that it's going to have an impact on that area? Are you going to, if you're looking at building a campus, you're going to clear some of this, clear some of the land. Where are you going to put that maram? Where are you going to dump it? Are you going to just dump it and then it goes and blocks the nearby stream? How are you going to manage part of that waste? Not in terms of only the environment, but also in terms of the community that's around that area. Some of these communities are going to be resettled. So what's the impact of the resettlement? Are they going to be put into better places? Is the infrastructure around there? But also the governance in terms of your client's administration and management. Is it compliant in terms of URA? Is it compliant in terms of URSB registration and his documents? Is it compliant in terms of NSSF? Has he met the basic requirements in terms of employment work permits for foreigners? If he's going to work within that space, how do you mitigate them? But key is, I think, the materiality analysis.
Yeah.
That comes, when you mentioned it, I was like, okay, this is something interesting. Then comes the different initiatives that you're going to put into place to provide a leverage, to provide a balance on how to manage your analytical position. Then your implementation of it has to then be detailed. As I said earlier, after Kakembo's presentation, preparation, and then you actually plan it. So how you're going to implement it, manage what you know, and try to, it's part of project management or part of risk allocation. Manage what you can and subcontract what you can't. So you tell your client you can't do everything. The client will be in charge of waste and will manage the waste, but you'll have to get people to manage the trucks, people to manage the fuel, people to manage the disposal. Taking the rubbish away is one thing. Where are you going to dump it? Where is your dump site? Are you going to burn it? Are you going to bury it? How do you manage that? All these are things that you'd have to think. So to the young lawyer outside there, you have to think out of the box, and you have to take a 360 perspective of your project and have an overview over the same. And what you cannot, you allocate to someone who can manage it best.
True.
So coming to your scorecard, what are the silent items you have within your scorecard? Is it a standard scorecard? Would someone say it's a standard scorecard that you have, or does a scorecard change for the different works and the different services that are being provided for? Or are there silent features within your scorecard that run across each, so someone can then pick on?
Maybe we could display the scorecard so that those that are watching can relate as I discuss. That's a very good question. I think it's important to appreciate that different businesses present different risks and impacts on ESG. For example, if I'm looking at a logistics company, the three major important aspects that they could not miss out basically is traffic management. You have trucks coming in from Mombasa or Dar es Salaam to deliver goods and services, say in Bulisa. They go through communities, they go through towns, they go through protected areas. You're also looking at okay. There we go. You're also looking at fuel management. You're using a lot of fuel, but also aspects of emissions. To what extent are your vehicles serviced to ensure that you minimize emissions in transportation, we are looking at accidents. But also, because it's a logistics company, we are also looking for responsible procurement. Now, when it comes, for instance, to a construction company, a site area-based, an area-based company, construction company, it's clearing land, it has a contract to build a structure, it needs maram, it needs to source it from somewhere, it needs sand, and maybe they will even be more specific. We need lake sand. You need to go and drain water bodies to get fine lake sand. You'll also need maybe aggregate, but also because it's an active area and you need a lot of people because it's time bound, you may need very many employees. The number of employees in a logistics company may be different. The numbers will vary greatly to a construction site. So, and of course, we are talking about noise, we are talking about vibrations for a construction industry, and we are also talking about emissions. So the scorecard is tailor-made to a particular project or activity that is contracted in an area, in for instance, in the oil and gas area. Of course, what is common across all these companies or service provisions, of course, is labor management. For everything that you're doing, you need labor. The other thing that cuts across is you cannot avoid communities. These projects are located in communities, and you need to ensure that they sit well within communities, and also closely related to community management, of course, is grievances. People will complain about dust. People will complain about unfair compensation. People will complain about loss of values, loss of culture because of influx of new people with new behaviors and all that. People, all these companies will also generate waste at different levels. So there are common denominators that will cut across all service provisions, but there are those that will be unique to a particular service provision because of the nature of the services or goods that say they are offering to UNOC in the contract area that we've been using as an example.
Viewers out there, I think you've had it clearly. He has broken it down into the 3 different categories, and he has stated what they actually look at. So it goes back to you and the boardroom. How best can you understand your client? How best can you understand the services your client is going to offer, the negative externalities, the negative impact that that service is going to render? How do you mitigate it to ensure sustainable operation and development, not only of the business, but also the environment and the community within which that service is going to be provided for? And once that is done, then I think it takes you a step better and a step closer after your technical and financial aspects of the bid to have your ECG policy done that will greatly put your bid in place. And I would have asked him for some of the institutions or some of the places one can do training from or get enlightened. Please, one of the take homes is partner with an environmental social person who has done a couple of EIAs, or go and do research on the number of EIAs and look at what EIAs entail, environmental, social, and impact assessments that are filed with NEMA, either for development. Now it's mandatory for any development to happen. You have to file an EIA. So the more EIAs one can read, the broader you can open your mind and your perspective to it, and how best you can learn and improve on providing a better service to your client. And what you've had so far is, it has nothing to do with a plate, it has nothing to do with chamber summons. It has everything to do with thinking out of the box. So probably, apart from teaching people what the basic PSA is, Mukono Makerere, who are doing oil and gas courses for their bachelor's degree or law development center, probably have to add something unique to this, so we get holistically enrolled advocates who are open with an open perspective and mind. The old system of just plain chamber summons and that is old school. We have to ask our lawyers, what else do you bring to the table apart from drafting documents and saying so many English words to try and convince a judge otherwise? How best can we plan to get this? Some people are not cut out for the courtroom and are cut out for the boardroom. So what boardroom skills do we have? There are a few questions and hands that were put up. There is Joan, Edward Anguria, and Kefa and Subuga. I think I'll start with Kefa and Subuga, and if he could quickly give us his question or comment. You can unmute Kefa and Subuga if you're still available. Is he available? Okay, if Kefa and Subuga is not available, Joan Asimwe. Joan Asimwe, if Joan Asimwe could unmute and Joan Asimwe, could you unmute and ask your question or your comment? Joan Asimwe seems to be unavailable. There's Edward Anguria. It seems with your last explanation, everyone seems to be comfortable and satisfied.
Could you allow me to say one thing?
Please.
Thank you. Of course, you cannot talk about ESG and sustainability without talking about greenwashing. Actually, you might receive a client, you prepare for them the policy, you prepare for them a strategy, you prepare for them an implementation plan, an ESG implementation plan, and fulfill all the requirements on the law book, on the books. However, if these good plans remain on file and the client goes out and starts implementing the project without translating the promises into actions, then you are classified as, or a company is classified to be greenwashing, because they will be required to write annual sustainability reports, and they are tasked to demonstrate how they have fulfilled all the different promises. And this is very common. We've seen big companies go under the bridge because of greenwashing. And the beauty with sustainability reporting is that you're given an opportunity to say or to demonstrate what you've been able to do. What you've been able to do, you give reasons in such a report and also demonstrate how you intend to do better. So instead of hiding inadequacies, it's good that you bring them out and you explain why you did not perform on a particular front and what you actually intend to do. It sounds good in the short run because admittedly you're saving money by not investing it in these ESG initiatives, but in the long run it can catch up with you and it can be disastrous for the investor.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the last segment of it, it has just been announced that Uganda has chosen the port of Dar es Salaam to maneuver and manage the sourcing of the petroleum products to Uganda. It adds a new twist to the tale, because everyone was thinking we are still going to use Mombasa, but it seems the government has finally put pen to paper, and the preferred choice is going to be Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam to Kampala Jinja is quite a bit of a stretch. We do not have a pipeline, so there's going to be quite a bit of a discussion. Are we going to truck it? How many trucks are going to be used? Is Vito, who is going to do the financing for the supply, also going to do the whole chain, and it comes as one stop till delivery to either Mwanza, and then Mwanza, are we going to then use the Mahadi boats, barges to transport the fuel to the Jinja terminal, or the Kauku terminal, and from then it trickles down into the market. These are some of the things I think one of the new developments that the parliamentarians are going to ponder over, and I believe the ministry and the UNOC already had it in plan and already had it envisaged, and we'll closely watch this space as we wish them all the best and the success in trying to improve our energy security and our security of supply of this petroleum product. It wouldn't be nice going into the festive season with lines and queues at petrol stations. That doesn't mean people begin a mad rush to the petrol station to fill up your cars. The last presenter we have is someone not new to the legal fraternity and the energy or the natural resource space. A celebrated colleague, I should say, Mr. Nicholas Muhereza.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Pleasure to be amidst great land friends. My senior colleagues, actually. Like you, while you are partaking this discussion, it's a pleasure, and Uganda Society, my brother Godwin, and everyone, the technical team, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel, and the colleagues who are listening in as well or watching from wherever you are. My name is Muhereza Nicholas. I'm the Managing Director and Consultant at Muhereza Energy Consults Limited, which is a pretty much young company, I must say. Consultancy company, just like our oil and gas sector, really. We are not as old. We are not as old as maybe 206. Since 206, we are as old as 2020. As the president used to say, 2020. We are a corporate limited company, and we are trying to offer this service. As of now, we are really giving back. We have a team of a few consultants, and I'm happy to represent them. But most importantly, we are going to talk about the sustainable energy options that we have. As we are all aware, we have the so-called big elephant in the room. As when we talk about oil and gas these days, people start making all sorts of negative comments about it being a fossil source of energy. So whereas we, as lawyers and practitioners, want to take up opportunities in the energy sector, we also need to be mindful of the sustainability of this source of energy, which is termed as fossil and termed as an emitter of greenhouse gases. So that is what I'm going to basically talk about. What are the options and what are the opportunities in terms of the sustainability of the available energy options we have in Uganda, but also Africa at large, really. So such that our colleagues and consultants or any participants can take interest in those available options, and maybe it will be able to help us how to tap into those opportunities. Yeah, but majorly, I don't know why the slide is not moving. Maybe I'm holding it badly. Okay, thank you so much. Why is it important for us to talk about the alternative sources of energy in Africa, and what are these sources of energy? Maybe before I delve into discussing the major alternative sources, we need to know the basics, which is majorly the massive sunlight we have, where Africa is blessed, and Uganda in particular. We were well aware that we lie along the equator. So we have, I think, enough sunlight for us to be able to develop what is termed as solar energy. So I think that is one of the areas that a council of practitioners, legal practitioners, and our colleagues in other professions can actually look into. When we are to attract investment, we can look at developing our possibility of using the well-known resources like the abundant sunlight, but also the consistent winds we have, which is also developed through the wind turbines and so on and so forth. So it is one important area I feel that members need to look at, because whereas we all want to be involved in oil and gas, we have already faced the prevailing situation with the ECOP. My predecessors, my colleagues already talked about the fact that there has been too much negative energy about the development of the Ugandan resources from our Albertine Graben, which are considered to be dirty or to be great emitters of greenhouse gases and therefore dangerous to the environment. And my colleague, who was an environmentist, the former discussant, I think, was very candid and gave us a stellar discussion on the protection of the environment and so on, and the technicalities in there. So we need now, as Uganda, as practitioners, as service advisors, to also try and advise government, but also advise the private practitioners that since we have our abundant sources of possible renewable energy sources like solar, wind, hydro, and the geothermals, maybe from the municipal waste and so on. Of course, we have already developed our energy resources in terms of hydro, where we have several dams already in operation, like the Karumas, the famous Ginger hydropower, and so many more, the Bujagaris and so on. So it is important that we look at it and also look at it as an opportunity to actually develop our energy sources of energy in Africa alongside the fossil fuels, which is of course the crude and so on. So I think that is an important area we need to know. Right away from the Paris Agreement in 2015, which came into operation in 2016. Remember, several countries, over 186 countries, actually decided to actually shift, probably in the next 30, 40, or 50 years, to completely shift from the reliance on fossil fuels to cleaner sources of energy, which we have already talked about as sun, wind, geothermal, and hydro, to mention but a few. Of course, some people like Uganda, we are thinking of using nuclear energy, not to attack other countries, but actually develop electricity and as a source of energy. As we talk now, most of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa are actually having a massive shortage of energy. We know that in Uganda, for instance, we have a very small percentage, maybe we'll talk of 30 to 50%, maybe in urban areas, people who are able to access consistent energy sources. But when you go in the countryside, there are so many places which are still in the dark. And that is literal, but also the technical meaning of the word.
23%.
Yes. So we are talking of 23%. So that is very worrying, and that is why we need to have a very particular balance between using our resources here in Africa, but sustainably, but also taking advantage of the renewable sources of energy that we have. The only problem, the challenge that we can envision is the fact that it is actually not as cheap as they say. It is easy on paper to say that we should transition from fossil fuels to cleaner sources of energy, but it requires massive investment, massive monies to actually make sure that we are able to utilize. For instance, if we are to develop solar energy sources which are heavily rely on batteries, I'm sure we should have to be able to look at the supply of minerals like lithium. So at the end of the day, you're actually having a very complicated situation where you must as well be able to be an economically vibrant nation for you to be able to actually sustainably transition from fossil fuels. Because if you have to look at the demographics of people of countries that have been able to transition to cleaner sources of energy, you will realize that they are actually richer countries. For instance, in according to the rankings, we have countries in Scandinavia, countries which are very well known to be having manageable populations, but at the same time have very high capital per income. They are developed countries. Their GDP is much higher than countries like in the global south where Africa falls. When you come back to Africa, it is only South Africa which has been able to shift towards the sustainable use of their resources, which are particularly renewable. But when you look at the most countries in sub-Saharan Africa, you realize that we are still backward in terms of developing our natural resources that are actually renewable. So we must strike a very hard balance, but I'm one of the proponents of the fact that since we have not emitted as much as the most countries have done, like Europeans and these Western countries, we must also be allowed to also utilize our resources as we balance the global, as the most people normally say, we balance the boat. Because countries like China, as we speak now, countries like the United States, which are the wealthiest countries, at least in terms of their capacities to produce and sell products, the wealthiest countries are not the most compliant countries after the 2016 Paris Agreement. So it would be very pretentious for us as African nations, which are actually poor, and we are in shortage of sustainable sources of energy in terms of our energy security, to pretend that we can completely shift under the UN conventions and so on, and the Paris Agreement, that we can completely shift from fossils to renewable sources of energy. But as advisors and practitioners, it is important to have that at the back of our minds, that the world is changing. If you look at the global patterns, as we speak now, the rains are so much heavy. If you look at our people who are having landslides and so on, and the different countries that have been amassed, if you got 80 countries in the Americas, for instance, if you got there, I think there was an incident, is it early this year in the Americas, where one of those island nations was swept. Is it Hawaii or something? One of those. Hawaii, yes. Yes, one of those countries, the states in the US. So it is something we cannot also give a blind eye, much as we want to utilize our energy resources. We're excited about oil and gas. It is one of the biggest investments you can ever have in a generation. We also need to save lives. And as already our colleagues explained, the essence or definition of the word sustainability is that you must use our resources, but also sustainably use them for the betterment of the people of tomorrow. We must not be selfish. So, by and large, that is actually made the summary of the slides, really. But that is the future we can really all look up to. I've already talked about the current state of alternative sources of energy here in Uganda. The government has already come up with a policy on renewables. If you look at the oil and gas policy of 2018, I think it is also elaborate on the sustainability issue of using renewable sources of energy. We already have, an agency under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which is specifically handling things. Handle renewables, but also the nuclear agency. We have it, I think, under the atomic energy, something like that. But this is for peaceful purposes. We shouldn't be able to attract sanctions from the likes of the United States when you talk about renewable. Rather, nuclear energy, they think maybe you're trying to build a nuclear arsenal. No, it is particularly for trying to safeguard our future energy security matrix. Yeah. So basically, that is it. We have the sources. We already have abundant sunlight and the consistent winds, which we can be able to develop for renewable sources of energy. But there is already a challenge we have, which is capital financing of these projects, and therefore that should be able to allow us develop our fossil fuels hitting that difficult balance we already talked about. Yeah, so thank you so much, and I want to appreciate everyone who is listening to us, and we can have a few questions, some, if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. I normally like chatting and stealing a few of your moments in between your pool tournaments.
Really?
It's quite an interesting thing having a chat and discussion with you.
And you already talked about the fact that we have already decided to take on the Tanzanian route, however far it is to have.
The Tanzanian route is going to... It is nice. It's a nice thought to have to explore the Tanzanian perspective and aspect to shipping it. The issue is that route is much longer. Yes, between, I think the last time I traveled to Tanzania, between Dar and Dodoma, the road is good. So we can say we will have a few trucks, but ensuring that Uganda gets 230,000 metric tons of product stored in Jinja or Kauku minus the pipeline, that would be much faster than the trucks, means you're going to increase your volume of trucks on the road. I do not know if the
infrastructure is...
They have thought about that clearly. There was an East African community strategy on looking at our energy, and there was a proposal to build an integrated corridor that would have a highway, power, water, highway, power, rail, and a road link through the south to come up to, I think, Dodoma. Then there would be one going to Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, then one coming up through Mutukula to Uganda, and then continue up. It's supposed to cover a highway, six-lane highway, a rail, a speed rail. That's, I think, the one the Rwanda government is trying to build through Tanzania. That will be within the same corridor of the pipeline or around the pipeline, and then there's that is supposed to be, and then the energy in trying to develop the East African power pool. Some of that. So it's interesting looking at it that way, but we have to recognize that there are going to be some short-term immediate shocks if Kenya decides to say, okay, we do not want any Ugandan trucks moving through Kenya. In respect to that, clear your stock at Eldoret within this period of time, and then we have to embark on Dar es Salaam. But I do not think Ruto will be that rude in his approach. But Kenyans are Kenyans. The other time they cut the railway line, so we can't put anything a lot past them. But we hope the Tanzanian route will open up a few things. Yes, again, do we still need Veto? That's a Bahrain company. Yes, it's a global trader, but it's still a middleman. The reason we left the OTS, the reason we are leaving Kenya, is we are tired of middlemen. Now we have a middleman in Bahrain who is going to provide the financing. We need to know the extent of the financing. We need to also know that cost of that financing, because it's not going to give you free money. He might have a 500 billion asset base and book balance, but there's a cost to that financing that has to be borne within the cost of the fuel, and then the cost of transportation of it, and then the insurance. There's still similar, the port handling at Dar es Salaam, the port handling in Mwanza, the port handling in Jinja or Kauku, that will still have to be built within the cost. As I read out what includes the cost, it would be nice to readjust it and then put in the figures, and we see whether the metrics will run. However, coming back to the issues at hand and environmental and renewable energy, you spoke about solar, that people are trying to look at solar in different ways. Solar for domestic use, solar for agriculture. Solar power is a good thing. But the recent studies equally show that as much as Uganda is is blessed with a lot of sunlight. The heat content within that sun is not sufficient to generate enough power. We've seen the stage 1 and stage 2 of the Soroti, the Soroti power plants that are 10 megawatts. We've seen the Kabula Soke, that's 20 megawatts of power. With the technology coming out from China, Malaysia, and Singapore, you now have tracking panels that can actually track the movement of the sun all day. But as you mentioned, we still have a challenge of storage of this power. Whether it is solar, whether it's geothermal, we still have a challenge when it comes to storing of it in terms of batteries. We equally have an issue regarding interconnection to the grid. Have you tried to envisage it and say, let's have off-grid sites? But then with the off-grid sites, you have what would be the cost of power and what would be the end use of that power. Connectivity and access is key in development. Uganda currently stands at 55% urban with 10% rural, yet 85% of our population live in the rural area. Our total coverage of electricity stands between 25 to 27% of the general population. These are not nice figures to talk about.
Absolutely.
When you look at it globally, renewable only covers 5% of the renewable supply. Biomass and fossil fuel still covers 78%. When you want to increase the figures, they shift hydro into renewables, but hydro as itself covers 17%. So from that, I believe there's a lot of space for the renewables to develop, but the issue is how can we ensure the connectivity, access, and the reliability of these renewables? It does not shine every day, and the wind does not blow every day. So
that means
how do we navigate that if you're going to drive renewables?
That is why one of the reasons why the UK up to now is still developing
and banning coal.
Absolutely. They are coming up with, even in Germany, they have come up. If you go to Canada as well and the US, they are still, gone to the dogs, if I may use the word, for the past 3 years, and the wars and so on. But also, if you look at the price of a barrel of oil now, I think there's no much, if I was to be a little bit pessimistic, there's no much incentives really that we are going to have this shift as much as we need it actually.
But you have a large group of energy proponents who are driving and saying, we need energy transition now, and everyone is saying we need to shift out of fossil and we need to drive this. Is it a song they are singing to please the crowd and please the gallery, or is energy transition a long journey that we have to embrace ourselves?
Journey.
And it's not something that can be a transition from one thing to another overnight.
Just like you had the change of name of Total E&P, from Total E&P to Total Energies. I think that we can do that for now. We can change our corporate names, but in terms of the practicability, we all know that it is Total, and we will very much welcome them. Our host here, Enoch, is one of the partners of Total Energies, which has actually been courteous enough to choose Uganda as an investment destination in our oil and gas resources. Really, we appreciate them, but they will tell you that it is a very long journey, really, for us to easily transition, especially with the global challenges of poverty. Most countries cannot even. We are having people who are surviving below $1, 3,700 shillings. So. And you can't tell such people about renewable sources of energy, which are also very expensive. You already talked about the fact that we shall need batteries, which some people have questions about them as well as being renewable themselves, really. So it is a long journey because of the different, it's really a paradox. But I think we can, going forward, if we have a fairer economic model for the entire world, right away from the IMF to the World Bank and many other funding organizations, which should be looking at the Global South as a partner in having a fairer or a cleaner environment. Then if it is a global push, just like right away from the 2016 agenda in Paris, then why not? But it shouldn't be rushed. It should be considerate, and it should be fair from the bigger emitters to the smaller emitters in the Global South, which are actually the poorest nations on the planet Earth.
Quite interesting. As we wrap up, it's already 1 o'clock, and we are due to have wrapped up by 1. It's 1:07. Thank you very much, Nicholas, in that insightful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nahamia. Thank you.
You've heard it from the panel that we've had today. There's so much in the oil and gas space in Uganda. The opportunities, yes, there are challenges. The sector is alive and vibrant. There's so many opportunities that we can tap into. And as lawyers, we are uniquely placed in transactional advisement, in providing legal services, in arbitration, in even sourcing and marketing some of these clients that we have to generate money. We shouldn't look at our clients as a source of money in terms of paying our fees, but if we look at our clients as a source of branding and you build your client, you build yourself. Because as you give to your client service and knowledge and a unique skill set, but also help him better his company, he'll equally help you by bettering yourself by putting more money into your pocket. The discussion regarding the single source is just taken a new twist with the announcing of Dar es Salaam as the preferred port. It will be interesting what the rest of the members of the Natural Resource and Oil and Gas Cluster will come together before we make our presentation to the Parliamentary Committee. But it's going to be an interesting decision on how we're going to run around those dynamics. Is it just a short-term thing? The contract with Veto of Brunei is initially for 5 years. We hope and we are optimistic that the 7 years the UNOC has had in managing of the ginger tank farms, and the 5 years they're going to have in partnership with Veto from Brunei will give them 12 years experience for them to roll out and become a lead player in terms of bulk importation of product into the government. And then we can see better pump prices. Better pump prices means a reduced cost of production that then trickles down to a reduced cost of goods and services on the shelves, and hopefully a better standard of living for everyone. We've equally heard clearly that the renewable energy journey is not renewable energy and alternative energy source and journey is not a sprint. It is going to be a long road. A lot of things have to be had. A lot of things have to be put in place. Infrastructure, technology, policy, and the laws have to be put in place to drive it. Interestingly, Uganda's Renewable Energy Act provides for, by 2030, 40% of all the fuel in Uganda has to be blended with natural oils. So it's another something we can look at apart from sitting into practice. We can go out and say, what can you grow that you can harvest and extract oil and then sell this oil to the oil companies to ensure that they blend. There's Sim, there's coconut oil, there's CBD, there's seed oil. There's so many oils one can use that have a heat source and can be blended with the petrol, diesel to operate in your cars, and this to reduce not only the CO2 emissions in it, but also improve on our renewable energy obligations. And that the take home is, in all that we do for our clients, we should ensure that the environmental, social, and governance structures are put in place, not only for the company as a bidder, but for the client and for the environment within which the client operates. It's key for anyone who is going to bid for any work, for any lawyer who is going to help prepare a bid for a client in the oil and gas sector. And it's going to stretch, or it has already been done, not only in the oil and gas sector, but those who have gone through a bit of mining contracts like Mujeres has negotiated and gone through. Those who are going through energy contracts, who are going through negotiating of power purchase agreements, who are trying to negotiate implementation of mini hydros and all these independent power producers. The environmental, social, and governance strategy and policy of your company is going to be key in them winning the bid, and in them winning the bid means work on your desk and your table in your law firm. So with those few remarks, and again, thank you, the Uganda Law Society, for being so kind in hosting, in running this webinar. We thank the UNOC for hosting us in the beautiful facilities, and we hope to come back again as we turn into mining. I think early next year we have the mining. Early next year we have the Mineral Sustainable and Mining Conference. We had one, I think it was in 2 weeks ago. There was something about that. And if you look at mining and oil and gas, both sectors, Uganda is well endowed. It's about how best we can manage this resource for our benefit now, but putting into consideration our children and our children's children and that future. What will they benefit from this resource? So the environmental, social, and governance structure and policies that we put in place and implement will be key in them realizing also a very natural, healthy life that we actually living. Thank you very much. Till then, I remain Samahame Butsia, your moderator for today.